Hello and welcome everyone. It is time for Wiki 3 again. We've had a lot of, interruptions. Probably have again in 1 or 2 weeks because I think Zeb said he might not have time then. We'll see. But after hell diving, we are back with Victoria 3. Hope everyone is doing well. Zeb still needs some time to join us. So, could have just canned everything now because he's missing at the start. That means to can everything from Wiki 3. Anyway, we have Room here.
Hello.
And Lena.
Hello.
And Agonia, obviously. Hey. And Zeb will join us later. And I think Room just went off about the social security net in Britain.
Yeah, we don't tax our rich people enough.
I mean,
and how
also,
people want
Nobody
public
does.
services, good public
Yeah.
services, but don't want to pay taxes to pay for it.
Can I say one thing though, which also is kind of an overlooked thing? Like taxing rich people more, yes, obviously. But there are definitely also other factors that should be tuned on, like for example, Thatcher and co. afterwards sold a lot of shit off, like water, electricity, which, if it would be in state hand, would be generally lower in cost because, you can keep it on operating price, not, profit margins. So,
Well, one thing we
aside from
could do, I'm not
can I-
sure is sorry, no. There's a very very interesting thing. So right now, Thames Water, which is one of the water companies that were privatized by Thatcher, is just right on the brink of bankruptcy.
unsurprisingly.
And the thing is, Ofwat, I think it'd be the water regulator. Is that Ofwat? I can't remember exactly off the top of my head. But our water regulator, I think, just allowed them to increase the rates that they can increase rates for water. So increase the amount people pay rather than letting it go completely bankrupt. And
It is so...
also because they've piled on the company with like £80 billion worth of debt.
So instead
While also paying out not stipends,
Bribes?
No, it's returns to shareholders sort of thing.
So bribe.
Yeah.
Returns to shareholders.
Right.
You're saying that, I'm not saying that. To like their shareholders. So rather than like actually invest in the water infrastructure, which they haven't done in like 30 fucking years. So yeah, rather than just let it collapse and then, bring it into state hands and be like, oh no, sorry, the debt was bad. It collapsed. It happens, companies break out. It means you still got all the infrastructure. You nullify the debt. Yes, some pension funds might take a haircut. Cough, cough. I think it was the Canadian. Was it Canadian Teachers Healthcare pension fund? Yeah, something like that. But yeah, maybe some investors will take a haircut on it. But then you bring it into state hands and you actually invest in it.
Yeah.
There you go. Good. No more.
Yeah, but Ruben, Social Security is only for rich people and companies.
Yeah, fair enough, I guess. The weird part about this is is also the fact that there are a lot of ways to save on that because not everything is one answer usually. Like the housing crisis is like, yes, a lot of stuff is overpriced to hell and back, but we also should build more houses. As I think, was it Michigan? I think Michigan was like the only state in the US that for the last decades kept building with better, actually with deregulations, because that's also the thing. I know a lot of people are instinctively react to deregulation as, oh no, because it's usually companies to do fuckery. But for example, when it comes to housing and such, there's a lot of stuff especially in USA that has been regulated to hell and back to make it harder to breach into the housing market so that the rich stay richer, which for example, mixed zoning, mixed use zoning and stuff. That is a form of regulation that bans it. Allowing that would deregulate that more. That's one thing, but yeah. It's always a bit
Same
of
with rent price capping and stuff. I think most people would say people need a house
Yes.
They need warm water. They need electricity, food, clothing, the right to how's it called? Basically, school themselves, like access to information and stuff.
Yeah, the internet basically nowadays.
Internet and libraries. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's most of it. Maybe I've forgotten something. I'm a bit tired, but that's something we should strive to make basically like the standard for everyone.
Yeah. Also, if you're tired, but you drank Fritz Cola, the
Yes.
cola of those doing virtual imperialism. Fritz Cola. Drink Fritz Cola. The only one from Hamburg.
This is not sponsored. I'm just fucking around, by the way.
Not sponsored yet.
Not sponsored yet.
This is my goal. Either Aldi or Fritz Cola sponsoring me, and people will be like, why do we want to be sponsored by them? And I just sit there being like, what? And that's coming from the guy who took a honey sponsorship.
Fritz Cola will not steal promotion.
Or how was that one code that gave you a title because it sold land?
The fucking Scotland bullshit. Yeah.
You own land in Scotland. You're allowed to name yourself Sir. No, that's a thing you can only say if you're actually having a title granted to you, either by an order or by the king themselves. Just saying.
Oh, you mean a knighthood? Okay. Yeah.
It's knighthood. You needed knighthood for that. And I doubt many
still
can
can't-
say they have knighthood in their ancestry to even call back on that.
I still kind of regret not buying that block set Aldi. I don't really know why I decided not to do that, because it would have been really funny.
Honestly, if you ever built like a Lego city in your basement, it would have been fit in perfectly. Like, it's just everyone's, why is there such a highly detailed Aldi? And you're like, questions.
Oh. Maybe next December they'll have it again.
Maybe.
We'll see.
Yeah. But well, we're already opening with like a lot of shit about housing and stuff. But yeah,
So
that's
So to make it for the normal people better, we can tax the rich and we can raise the standard of living,
yes.
Yes.
like in Victoria.
Yes.
So the exact opposite.
Oh
of
wait,
what
yeah, I'm in a good position. Oh, I forgot. I thought I was in a fucked up position, but yeah, I can take on the French.
Nice. You can take on the French. In a battle.
Yeah, I can take on the French. This is spoken like every Englishman for the last like 1200 years.
I mean, it's not. I mean, they really didn't lose fully to them, but they did lose sometimes.
Well, 1066. Other than
Fair
that,
point.
honestly, other than that, I think it's always been Britain just going like
we
near
technically
from
used
behind
to
the fleet.
own a bit of northern France and Normandy, but you know,
Yeah, like that. That's,
fucking Henry VIII.
and you
Oh,
had the
yeah.
whole
Fucking prick.
thing. And you had the whole thing about
Divorced beheaded, survived. Well, divorced beheaded, died. Divorced beheaded and survived. Fucking prick.
Yeah, maybe you should have claimed Normandy against the French.
Honestly,
Yeah,
yes.
we should do that now.
Oh wow.
I mean, technically, part of the British border is in Normandy.
Should be, right?
The Channel Islands.
No. It's kind of how the Channel Tunnel works, sort of.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Because it's
So, like,
mostly
they-
yours, basically.
They push, essentially, they do border checks on French territory. So it's technically sort of kind of a British border, in a way, if you get me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's the elongated tube border
Yeah.
underground.
Oh my God, they're digging underneath the borders now.
They've done that a bunch in, like...
I forgot how fucked up America is in this game.
I mean, America's also fucked up in this timeline, but anyway. Who it is?
So Mexico's owned
love
by
to see it.
Russia, but Canada's still free, I think.
Oh, I made a fuck up, so I'm trying to get them back in my
Yeah.
empire.
Get the Canadians back before they start doing war crimes. They're great power. Oh, no.
Before they get invaded by the US.
Yeah. Like get Canada back in the British Empire so they can do war crimes for you instead.
Yeah, I mean, the Canadians are. It's not that the Canadians are not famous for their war crimes.
Yeah.
I'm annexing Chile.
This is so funny to me, when Trump is like, oh, we're just gonna invade Canada. I'm like, really? You want to invade?
I mean, technically they could, but
Let me put it like this.
It
They
it
could,
would be
but let me put it like this. You want to invade this right here, where basically all of this is forest and mountains. Perfect to hide people in. People that have guns. People that have, in history, been gotten known for a lot of war crimes during World War One. The thing why afterwards people were like, yeah, maybe we should do the Geneva Convention and shit. And then people were like, so how do we deal with the whole Canadian shit? And they were like, yeah, maybe we should ban the Canadian shit. You want to invade those people? Really? That's
Honestly-
your good idea. You really want that guerrilla war? This is gonna be Vietnam, but worse. This is gonna be
On the
Vietnam,
one- yeah.
but this, sorry.
On the one hand, yes, but also like 90 or 95% of the Canadian population lives within like a couple miles of the U.S. border. Like the
Yeah, I
north
know.
is completely fucking empty.
Yeah, that's
As
the thing.
the thing with the Vietnam as well, like the guerrilla war was supported by all the farming villages everywhere. So there was a lot of places for the guerrillas to hide, get supplies, get food. Up in the north of Canada, any guerrillas that go up there they're either going to die or they're just going to be worried more about surviving than actually fighting back.
There's a
I mean, I agree. Like they shouldn't invade, obviously, but
Yeah, sure.
I don't.
But, like,
Canada isn't going to be much of a guerrilla hub.
there's still like a good amount of places to forage and live off. They could definitely do they could definitely sustain a war. Also, especially since, you know what? That's the thing. You know what Canada has? Very cold winters. Cool. You just turned your invasion into the Winter War 2.0. Do you want that again? Do you want that at all? Is the question.
Yeah, I mean,
Not to mention
also
that.
why, like, what would even be the official reasoning of invading Canada for
He just
this?
wants to.
I know he just wants to, but what would be the official reason?
What would it be to Casus Belli?
Yes. Would it be like they're Nazis again?
Well, no, those are his friends.
Yeah, but
Not. I mean.
you can still use it. It's a
Yeah,
casus
I mean-
belli, not the truth.
I mean, here's the thing. I should definitely throw this disclaimer in now rather than later. First of all, I don't think this is happening due to two reasons. First of all, this all seems like a very, very, very big distraction because there was a certain Luigi incident, and across party borders, people got very aware of rich people fucking them over and realizing those people are afraid of guns. It is kind of interesting that they are now talking about nationalistic fervor stoking and, invading and gaining land, right as that happens. So that's point one.
Yeah.
Point two. The military high-ups would not allow that. Like, Canada is in NATO. They know these people. They were like, what the fuck do you want us to invade people we work with? Are you stupid? The thing is, let's just say those two things come and pass, okay? And let's say due to their own base pressure, they still need to push it through. Cool. Now you need to keep in mind all those military higher ups, and I know some can be cynical, but like, I really don't think that the higher ups in the U.S. military would look at the proposition of a war with Canada and Europe, for that matter. Like, don't think Canada, if Canada would be invaded or Mexico, that Europe would sleep. Not in the slightest. Canada is still in the Commonwealth, from what I know. Like, Britain would be very fast, and then Britain would be like, hey, can you support us? And like, everyone would be like, duh. So,
Would be a good way to stimulate the economy.
you know what? Part of due to that, and let me tell you, there are two major nations in the center of Europe that really like their arms industry being stimulated. I'm just gonna point this out right now. Also, again, one of those countries has a standing mercenary army with field training. It wouldn't be nice if those are fielded. That's all I'm saying. But also, again, if this actually comes to the possibility, again, this will happen after the high-ups in the military of the US would be replaced with yes-sayers. Remember what happened when a certain other powerful nation purged all their military higher-ups with yes-sayers and then started an invasion? Went really well, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, and then the war is over and Canada joins the European Union.
Yeah, they should just join.
Yeah.
And America will be balkanized. Like, sorry, this is the reality. If they start a war on North American territory, it's like
If that ever would happen. Yeah.
if that ever would happen, they would face some very bad, like Canada, Greenland, Europe would be in. And I know some people are like, what would Europe do? I keep saying this. Europe is basically a fourth superpower that just sleeps and doesn't want to wake up.
Yeah.
But the moment, Trump said those lines, Olaf Scholz, German Chancellor, was like, you better respect borders, fucker. Also, everyone else in Europe, I guess we need to arm up more. And like,
Rearm,
wasn't-
basically. It was
yeah.
this thing.
not only, not only Germany, but he was basically calling for everyone. It's like, you already have Poland being gung-ho, and France wouldn't say no to that. So, underestimating Europe is one thing, Just don't do that. And like, oh, but what about invading Mexico? Okay, cool, you just united the Mexican troops and the cartels. Great job. Do you really think those two would like that you invaded their country? Also, I can guarantee you a lot of South American countries would come to their aid.
You know what's still the stupidest thing about all of those delusions of Trump?
That's okay, yeah.
What does he hope to accomplish by fucking integrating Mexico into America? Like that's
He's not thinking that far ahead.
I yeah.
To you.
It's like okay, the country.
I think it's just shit posting.
At that point,
Yeah.
it's kind
As
of the
I'm-
same thing as shitposting, right? Because, like, if you think about it for a second, America profits of the run to the ground Mexico with their cheap labor. Why would you want to own that? It just costs money. It's like, huh?
Also, like, he wants to build a wall with Mexico, but then also wants to invade it as well.
Maybe he wants to invade it to build a wall with it. I don't know. In the end, he's just saying lots of stupid shit, and it doesn't really matter what he says in the first place because, it's Trump.
Yeah, I mean, as I said, this is definitely a maneuver to a big degree to just deflect from the current growing political,
Yeah.
Also, it also is to a degree a prevention thing, because here's the thing. Trump's basis is radical, but they're entitled. Like, let me put it like this. The modern fascists didn't realize one thing. They haven't ingrained their basis with the idea that hardship is part of the job. They just promised the boot. Like, I know this is like, oh hey, wait, Nia, are you talking about fascist tactics? To a degree. Because here's the thing. The Nazis, and back then Mussolini and such, they all were like, we need to endure hardship, then we will be the boot. So, when shit hit the fan, a lot of people were like, that was expected. Trump is just like, you're the boot, you're gonna be the boot again. So he has a very entitled group of people voting for him. Very much just is expecting to be the boot at no cost. So the tariffs will really wreck the economy, by the way. Gonna be very happy. Gonna be really going well with those people that want same day delivery. That hope to be the boot. That will get a reality check of not being the boot.
Yeah.
So yeah.
I remember that there's one thing around early in the first Trump presidency or partway through about this interview with some someone who was like on support or something on welfare who voted for him, and she was quoted as like, yeah, interviewed about like her benefits going down, and what she said, like, yeah, he's not hurting the right people.
Yep.
I mean, from their perspective, I guess, but they could have seen that before voting for him.
Yeah, but like that's the thing. Like they don't like those people. The people who Trump would hurt that still vote for him. They're just being deluded into voting for him. Like they just want to vote for him because they think he's going to go after the people they hate too, like the women, minorities, everything.
Yeah.
And then it bites them in the. It's like also in Brazil you had that one like big name Bolsonaro supporter who was an immigrant who like voted for him and then was like beaten up and deported.
Yeah. It's like that's the thing with the support. It's all about selling. You will be the boot, and and I will point out, by the way, that this is if you actually look at statistics. Yes, there's a big part of people who want to be the boot, but also there's a very big. But the reason why they can take power is because a very big part of the supposed opposition isn't voting because the offerings they get are nothing. So they don't care. That's basically across the board everywhere. And again, when push comes to shove, I will say most countries will, have the will to prevent things. Hello, Livingston. You don't need to have a hot take. You can also just settle for lukewarm. It's fine. We're just waiting for Zep right now, He said he was there in 25 minutes, but I guess we could have just actually canned everything and just played more Helldivers. Or Marvel Rivals, who knows? Oh fuck, I still need to make that faction. Gonna do that after the stream. Who knows?
Oh yeah, helps Marvel Rivals.
Oh, fun little
Marvelous.
game.
It's fun. It's basically what Overwatch was at launch.
Kind of.
Kind of, maybe even a bit better. Who knows?
In some areas. I think it had one problem with like frames and connection.
Yeah. The thing is that if you play on lower frames, some characters have like lower damage output and stuff. But that's a bug,
Yeah,
It's
it's
not
a bug.
like
It's something they need to fix.
it's so weird that some people are like, "This pay to win." Like,
no,
No.
because they have if they have a contract with a hardware producer, then it's pay to win.
hey, Gobsoft girl. We sometimes did Marvel Rivals evenings on Fridays, so I mean, maybe when Zep isn't here in like a week or so, maybe we could do one again. I could set up the faction and shit. That was a plan. Oh yeah, I like her. I mean, I haven't played her a lot. It's the sword girl, by the way.
Which
The one with the big sword that can teleport to someone and, yeet you up. That only has the sword to attack. The big sword. The goth one.
saw her, but didn't play her.
She's cute though.
Okay.
Yeah, she's kind of neat. Yeah, I mean, I kind of got put into playing Magneto by the stream because I kind of did well on him.
You're the tank player.
I am a tank player, that's true.
War
I think
Thunder.
there's also season...
Yes.
Yeah, true, yeah. Those are still the best. You know what? I kind of wish someone would actually make like a tank MOBA. That would be fun.
A tank MOBA. Okay.
MOBA?
A tank MOBA seems actually interesting, especially since I want to see like artillery tanks.
Oh, yeah. You know
How
what?
would they implement that?
I don't know. You know what? Here's the thing. Ironically, I'd say I think on one of the few games I know that have artillery tanks is ironically still Battlefield 3 with their expansion, and there they made it very simple. You have to fire on the map, and it's blind.
Yeah.
Period. You just have to guess. Tanks aren't the best. I mean, tanks are never the best in this kind of game, but they're like necessary. Like, you need someone to shield and peel a bit, but like, that's fun. So yeah, Rivals is fun. Rivals is really a fun game. I can
Or
definitely.
just dive tanks if you win.
Yes, that was fun. Captain America, bonk. But yeah, I think there's also we could definitely play soon again because there's like a new season out, and I think this new season is it out already or soonish? But like new map, and I think the Fantastic Four in, so could try.
I mean, the mobile genre could definitely need some more rivals since, like competition, since Blizzard killed off HOTS.
God, still pissed about that. Still, Heroes of the Storm was so good.
Like, I guess, yeah, League has lots of complex decision making to do and stuff. It's really interesting if you're into that. But on a technical level, it's old and all over the place.
I
And
mean, they seem to actually port it to a new engine now, but
yeah. Like how many seasons long certain abilities just didn't work as you expect them to, and they have weird keywords for shit you shouldn't have different keywords for.
Okay, where's Xpeto from again? Finland?
I have no idea.
Basically it's basically a YouTuber slash streamer who mains Shen. So once just said, "Listen, fuck it. Riot is not listening to us. Everyone who plays Shen, and it's basically everyone who kind of watches this channel, just don't play Shen anymore. Just tank the play rate of the champ." And then actually someone from Blizzard just actually
Not
texted.
Blizzard.
From Riot actually texted him on Twitter like, "Okay, what are the main problems?" And they fixed Shen.
If you have a small player base of one champion, that actually works, yeah.
Like, so much shit got fixed. Like, yes! And I know this because I play Shen. Shen is fun. You can teleport to people and give them shields. And then you taunt the enemies and kill them. Ha! I like tanks. Tanks are very fun in games. You know why I like tanks? Everyone underestimates them. Always. It's like, oh look, this character can tank a lot, but oh hey, there's that.
Hello.
But they can't do a lot of damage, and I'm like, yes, but now you need to find the right balance between a tank that can tank and do enough damage. And if you play well, people will be like, oh no, why did I just get so much damage? Well, fuck you. This is how people, tanks are fun, but yeah. I will sit down on the faction after the stream. And we still need to, by the way, that room. Weren't you also on the Minecraft server consortium?
Yes.
We still need to
Okay.
talk about if we want how we would like to if we want to continue that server. But we would have one more person on the team, so it would be cheaper this time.
That's fine with me.
I don't
Nice.
think I could contribute right now.
Yeah, that's fine. Don't feel
Mm.
pressured.
Sure, then that's fine. It's not like, I mean, we have to kind of, in like, I think 16 days, we kind of have to decide, but like, seems like we will. There's no pressure on that.
Just send me the links, Nyasama, and I'll send you the tribute.
Yeah. Yes, the tribute. The tribute. More people should send me tribute. I deserve tribute.
I would advise you not to ask for tributes on the internet. That will go very, very wrong very, very quickly.
Yeah, that
Well,
needs to be
Or maybe
proper
I just have dirty mind.
It depends.
I mean, if I ask for tribute, I totally mean that the banger hit from Tenacious D, obviously.
Well, I'm certain that there's some people that some people in chat would gladly give tribute to you.
Yeah, probably.
Somewhere.
Yeah. I mean, that's
After all,
always...
the voice is not for free.
I mean, right now it is.
Yeah, but the Ara voice isn't.
You need what you need is you need to get affiliate and then channel points.
Yeah,
And
I
they-
mean, I guess, but affiliate is more of a legal thing right now, as I would definitely do it because.
True.
But like, really, should I do channel points or like, oh, I do ARA? Would people even like to hear that? Can I even do it well?
Well enough.
Yeah,
What?
You remember that one time you did?
you've been told multiple times.
I did?
Yes, yes, you did it a few times, and people practically
And
melted.
chat immediately exploded.
I mean, I can't do it. It's like, I can't really get into headspace. It's like, you need to be like...
You can't get better if you don't practice.
Yeah.
Yeah, true.
Also, can we start?
Zep isn't
sure.
I'm
completely-
still loading.
Yeah.
I'm still
Oh,
loading.
still. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Ah, yeah. Okay.
Don't worry, otherwise I would have brought it up. I'm
I know
watching
people-
the eyeball icon. Very. Oh, now he's in.
I know people exploded talking, saying good girl to them. That was a thing.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Like
I
that
mean,
that happened.
It's like, it's like, I never did really ahara. It's like, nah.
Well,
it's
now you
not
did.
really- Yeah, but that doesn't sound that good.
To be fair, you're not in the best of statuses right now. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, my
You
headspace
don't-
isn't that good, but it's like, I mean, you need to get the voice right, then it's like...
Yeah, you don't
work, and-
feel that well right now. I know. It's fine. You will get better.
Yeah.
So, Zep, you ready?
Yes, I guess so.
Okay. Then,
ASMR streaming. I can't do
yeah,
that.
do you want to unpause?
Yes, I can. Boom. There we go.
Great.
Bad headspace, buddy, so we get better. It's fine.
Oh no, the Mongo National Movement. What do they want? Multiculturalism.
Oh, yeah, that's good.
That's great, actually. Maybe I can get it through this time.
That would be fantastic. Yeah.
Then again, I guess ASMR streaming seems to be profitable, so maybe I should try.
No, Ecuador, you do not get autonomy.
How about you, Equa don't?
If they actually
Oh
do.
God, I'm having to get used to the controls again. And I'm just flipping the screen all over the place.
Aw.
Because I've been playing other games recently.
Yeah.
I know. I'm sorry, Vicky, for cheating on you, but
Da, da, da.
there are other games that are fun, like
Yeah.
like the Beaver Supremacy game.
Oh,
Ah, yeah, I saw you play that.
yeah.
Timberland, wasn't it?
Yes.
Timberborn.
Yeah, Timberborn.
Wait,
Timberland
is it Timberland?
Timberland is a
It's-
musician.
it's a-
Costco's, isn't it?
No, no.
Brand? Or is it?
Timberland is a
Like, yeah.
clothing brand. I'm pretty
Oh,
sure.
okay, yeah.
Shoes, I think, mainly.
I think your Timberlake is a
Yeah,
musician.
Timberlake, yeah, is a musician, yeah.
There's also
Yeah,
Timberland. I just know them Tims from.
Wait, Timbers.
I just know them Tims from the Timber,
Shiver Me Timbers.
which was that's a thing from Kito Fabino. That's a cursed
Wait.
picture.
Did you say Timbler?
Yeah, the Timbler.
Timberland.
No, the
I
the
don't
Tim.
fucking know.
The Timbler is something different.
Do you mean Tumblr?
No,
Are you talking about Timber by...
no.
Was it Pitbull?
No,
and-
listen.
I can't remember.
It
What
is.
was it?
This is, I think, a
Fuck, his
German
name.
thing.
No, it is. Okay, you know what? Fuck it. I'm just gonna put it on screen. It is a shitty boomer shooter joke. Okay. Okay, like don't think about it too hard. It's okay. It's this. Listen, it's a shambler from Quake wearing Tims. It's the Timbler. Okay,
It's funny.
that's it. That's all it is to it. It's the Timbler because the shambler.
It is so unfunny it becomes funny again. It's great.
Sure, it is just.
Can you send me that image?
Yes, I can. Is it cursed? Is it blessed? I don't know. It's the Timbler, and you're like, yes. I have to live with that picture in my mind now.
I forget. Does population acceptance, like the acceptance level of pops, does that affect autonomy desire?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it doesn't, but I don't remember.
Let's see, at least violent hostility is radicalism, political strength down, qualifications down, wage down, government buildings and stuff. No, I don't think except migration, the status of other pops is of no concern to you, basically.
Okay.
But yeah.
By the way, Agonia, if you want to keep taking like beating up China, I will do so in exchange for obtaining Mongolia and the Mongolian homelands.
Oh yeah, you can get those. That's no problem.
Yeah, they're not amazing states, but I want my cultural block.
Well, but yeah.
Don't forget, you also have to go to war with Finland if you do that.
I do.
The Finno-Korean Hyperwar.
Oh. Yeah, I guess there will never be peace between Finland and
I guess.
Korea.
Oh well, but yeah. I don't know, maybe we can stream Marvel Rivals soonish again. I mean...
Maybe.
Maybe.
I did hear, so I heard through people that play it, that apparently Storm is getting an update, or like a buff in the future, so I guess that'll be nice.
Yeah, I mean,
Given
we can
that I
definitely
like
set up
playing
another
her.
community
Yeah.
in there.
Like, after Starlord and stuff, we've played mostly Storm.
Yep.
So yeah, if you if everyone would be interested in that, more community evenings, I'd say.
Oh, I'm so glad that the freaking government administration buildings are so cheap to build now.
Yeah.
That's like been the biggest thing not the biggest thing holding me back, but it's among the biggest things holding me back.
I mean, to be fair, it was pretty overdue that they did that.
Yeah.
But yeah. And
But yeah, it is good to be back to playing Vicky.
Vicky 3, but yes. Helldivers was fun.
Yeah.
We should do that also more.
Also, I have now a way bigger threshold for radicals since I nommed some Han Chinese into my nation.
Rube, just so you know, you overbuilt the coal in Yaktusk.
Did I?
You did.
Oh well.
I'm having like I know that this is not unusual for Siberia, but the infrastructure problem is a problem.
Also,
Too much infrastructure.
yeah, which is solved with trains.
Yeah, that's my problem. I can't employ people in the train building.
Because they're all discriminated.
Wonderful.
Or not the
That's
qualifications.
That's part
Can I
of
build
it.
universities?
Let's see.
I don't know, can you?
No, I can't. But even then, you've got universities, but not fully staffed. So it's just going to take time for them to get, for pops to get skilled up. You can use a decree. Maybe that might help, but I don't know if you've got the authority to do that.
Well, so everybody is. They are employed. Yeah, it just seems to be a It seems like it's probably a qualifications problem, but there's also the problem of just that people are. Well, I don't know. Maybe I need a few more ticks to see if things are actually going to build up.
So the Mongol national movement wants to secede because I was forced back to national supremacy and shit. But they have no effect on actually enhancing multiculturalism, which is what I want the most.
Well,
But the good thing is, I got voting, finally.
nice.
So the landowners
Nice.
changed a lot of stuff around, and now I can at least safely get to racial segregation or even cultural exclusion back. I was for the most time, but I want to get to multiculturalism. It's terrible. Terrible, terrible.
Well,
No.
I mean, also, yeah, one thing about tomorrow. So I was kind of thinking of if anyone would be interested in doing like maybe a smallish stream tomorrow. Because the current Delta Force season is ending like in a few days, and I have like a bunch of those gacha tickets up. Like, I could open them tomorrow. By the way, they're not like they're actually not a mechanic about where you can spend money on. So, ironically, this is one of those gacha systems where it's shockingly fine in a free-to-play game, if I want to say so.
Comparatively.
Yeah, it's you know what? You know what the interesting part about that game is? You can clearly see how it's influenced by, you know, the new rules of the CCP when it comes to, you know, online gaming and protecting children and such. Because they have pretty harsh rules nowadays. And
That's the one upside of an autocracy, I guess.
I guess if it aligns with you, the companies actually have to bend their will to that. So, you know.
They made those rules because people were becoming unproductive.
Yeah, that's true. But also, like, it's... Let's just be real here. It was not good in that market. Those games were fucking...
Oh
They
no,
were abhorrent.
that was the worst. Like, it was terrible in that market with
Yeah.
games. It still is pretty bad in Korea still.
Yeah, like, that's definitely the big... The corpus won't just leave mainland China. That's the interesting part, Levinson. Mainland China is still a really, really profitable market. It's just a bunch of, you know, very abusive and, practices just have been shut down. Like, you know, for example, there's like a hard limit on experience you can get, I think, from on battle passes and shit. There's like, again, for example, the game basically just has 2 ways of monetization stuff. Technically 3, but basically it's like this. You either buy the battle pass, so you know nothing new there, or there's like one of the store bundles with skins in them. That's it. Shockingly, they hand out a lot of free stuff. So, I don't know if that will change.
Oh my god, I hate it when they teleport back and they're halfway through traveling.
That's the next thing they wanted to address.
Yeah, that's. They say they hope they fix that in 1.9 once.
Not soon enough.
Fair.
Yeah.
Definitely fair. Also, I have wealth voting, but only 2 parties are even participating, and that's the intelligentsia and the industrialists. The whole rest of the
Well,
parties
that tracks.
they aren't even able to be voted for, apparently. Or nobody votes for them, I don't know.
Yeah, but like basically what the other stuff is all like how should I put it? Yeah, for example, interesting. The whole gacha system is it's confusing, but also it's like, oh yeah, you know, you play the game over like the time, you get those tickets, you can give them in, and you get one of those, you know, the skins in the pool for skins in that pool. But also when it's gone, you will never get a duplicate or anything. You're like, okay, interesting. Also, you know, the tickets reset at the end of the season, so it's like they expect you to actually spend them just like, yeah, you can see how there's like a lot of mechanics where they were like, we want some of that stuff in so people, have mechanics to come back. Oh, nice, case not enforced. That is good. But like, yeah, and interestingly, it's like way less of a. It's just way less compared to basically everyone else. Again, surprising. I just find that interesting to point out. That because usually if I look at a lot of free-to-play games, they basically come up to you and like, pay up, fucker. And it's weird to have one where they are like, oh yeah, you can pay, but that's your choice, that's the vibe, at least what I get. Which is like, I mean,
as we said, it got better.
It's
Still not good, but got better.
I mean, again, it's still, no, let me put it like this. It still depends very much on the mentality of the developers, is what I'm saying, okay? Like, for example, if you look at Marvel Rivals, they also have some, people were like, oh, hey, in Marvel Rivals, it's like, I think nothing really passes away. You can always get the passes, and etc. and such. It's like, there's no FOMO and shit. Okay. But basically the thing is, the stuff you get in Marvel Rivals is the characters, maybe I think 1 or 2 event skins when that's up, and the maps. So all the gameplay stuff is free. But very, very, very fast the game says, pay up, fucker. And meanwhile, Delta Force is like, here's a fuck ton of shit for you to just unlock. For free. Go. Like, I say the time between, playing and pay the fuck up is way longer than other games. So that's the interesting part for me. Especially since, it is also longer than a lot of games that want you to pay up first and then, you're inside and they're like, pay up, fucker. Those are also pretty fat. There are also a bunch of those that, have a lot of stuff like that in them now. Just want to say that. Again, I don't know if that's actually will end out, because, like...
End out?
I don't know how it will end out.
Your capitalist fuck up? Huh?
No, so I'm occupying the capital of Canada. But it's saying the war support for Canada isn't going down because it says the capital of Canada isn't occupied.
Oh,
even though it is.
I know that bug.
Yeah, let's.
Yeah, you have all of Canada occupied.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah, all of Canada occupied. Should we just let them capitulate?
Restart. Sorry.
We can just let them capitulate. I know that bug.
That's a bug.
It happened to me several times while playing single player.
Yeah, that's just something we
Sounds like a subject.
It's a weird thing that happens. By the way, you know what? Let's just enjoy people the Timbler while I fix it. I'm gonna go and just quickly fix that problem. Why did you leave, Ruben?
I can rejoin. I thought we were going to restart it.
We don't.
We're not restarting.
No, Ruben! There was no need to restart.
We kept saying that.
The only person talking about restart was you.
It's not that long to rejoin, it's quick.
At least you're quicker to rejoin than me.
That is true.
Yeah, though, isn't your internet fixed, Lena?
My internet is fixed, but the thing is, like, I have it installed on a disk drive. I don't remember if it's internal or external. So like that's why my loading times are always so long, because it has to read off disk instead of SSD.
Anyway, back from the Timbler, and now we're waiting for. Oh hey, Generalist Gaming. What the fuck?
Hello.
I was wondering when you were going to notice that.
Holy shit! Okay. Hi. God. Really only okay. Fun fact: I know your name because Agonia here, my girlfriend, watches your videos sometimes when we want to find out new stuff about Vicky 3. Oh boy! Welcome!
The spreadsheets have been helpful.
Oh yes.
Yeah,
I like this
that's
spreadsheet.
like there are not enough that there are not enough people out there who like make content. Like there are too many people out there making content about games who are just like talking like vibes, and it's like, give me a spreadsheet, okay? Give me the facts. But yeah, welcome to this very chaotic, talkative, chill Wiki 3 stream. We're doing this every Friday. Okay. Addendum, we're doing this basically every Friday if not anything is interrupting it, like one of our group moving. So yeah,
Life finds a way.
yeah, that happened. welcome everyone. Hope everyone is doing well. I hope everyone has fun. Where am I saying it? God, this is like, welcome to the very chaotic and not the definitely best played game of Wiki 3. We have
Introduce yourself. Tell what this is more than just we do this.
okay. So yeah, this is basically weekly Wiki 3 Friday. Every Friday, 22 Central European time or Central European Summer Time. We're streaming Wiki 3 here, as long as we want usually. So we're usually 4 people.
Now we're
This time
five.
now we're 5. Probably won't change that much. And yeah, we are basically talking about Victoria 3 and current real world politics and trains. Trains are very important because this game is about building trains. I think.
I mean, it is essentially.
It is, like, I honestly, I really like the fact that I had a train building mission for India. I was just like, yay.
Yeah. I mean, you build the building sector so that you can build more trains.
Yes. It's all about building more stuff.
And with those trains, you can build more building industry and building sectors to build more trains.
Yes. Indeed.
Still haven't built your train building yet.
Yeah.
I'm working on that. I mean,
Be better.
I'm not as good as you two, okay? Wait, do I have? Oh wait, I think it's pneumatic tools. I'm doing that next.
Oh, right.
Yeah. So,
Yeah.
building the train building.
Yeah, we started this playthrough when the India stuff came out.
Yeah, and then and basically it went through I think 3 hot fixes. So that made things a bit
Something
weird.
like that, yeah.
Yeah, basically, yeah, was at 100% stability
Yeah,
when they increased the maximum, but
it was based on because the
it was based on points, not on percentage.
yeah, because it was like you had 0 to 100 points in the beginning, and then they were like, oh, we raised it from 0 to 300 points, but my 100 points stability in the region stayed the same. So suddenly, just because of the hotfix, I went from full to almost none. Like,
Yeah, but anyways, this is a multiplayer Friday, and we just talk shit, essentially.
yeah, it's a chill hangout party because, I mean, Wiki 3 is just a very chill and fun game. This is why we keep doing this since the game
We
came
still
out.
don't know what
basically.
we're gonna do next, though.
Oh yeah, we actually need some good ideas for that. I mean, the
We
goal
do
is
need to make a
always
decision on that.
I think Room is back.
Yeah, I'm back.
could be.
Done.
Nice. Then let's continue. Also, as I said again, they should have called it United Belgium when Belgium forms it.
That's fair.
There are just a few names that are missing in this game.
Well, the problem with calling it United Belgium is that implies that Belgium is a thing and people want to be Belgian.
It's alternative history.
I mean, okay,
Hey,
Lena, do they have a choice in being Belgian?
not
That's
when,
the question.
not when I'm playing them.
Counterpoint: if Belgians would have a choice, would they be Belgians?
I mean, at that point in time, yes. Like, let's not forget.
Dude,
that's-
does my populace have a choice? No.
Let's not forget, losing the British East India, losing the Dutch East India Company led to basically the northern Dutch regions just being a fucking money drain.
Yeah, Yeah, it was a mistake. I
So, yeah.
shouldn't have conquered
This is not, for everyone who's wondering, this is not, the one where we like play on the highest level possible, because I can play decently. Agonia can play well. Zep can play well. I don't. I'm not that good. This is a cursed shit talk stream. So yeah, let's
Also,
continue
we
back
shit
to
on
that.
Belgium because it's Belgium.
Yeah, fair.
Okay, you know what the problem about this is?
I'm Dutch. I have to.
First of all, yes, you're but also we're rated by there are 11 people now in the chat. I do not know if there are Belgians in there now. I know in my general audience there are more Dutch people. Okay, then again, how many Belgians are invested in Victoria 3?
Some?
Probably.
Like a non-zero part.
I'm
Well, I mean-
pretty sure there are some content creators that are Belgian, although I don't know if they do actively do Vicky 3.
Well, again, for there to be
Yeah.
for there to be Belgian people in chat, that would have to be Belgian people.
Do we really
Sure.
want to take that bit right now?
What are Belgians other than a concept?
Now the question is, do I make everything worse right now or better? The answer is, oh god. Okay, what do we have here?
Yeah, like I said, on Twitter the other day, like all countries are fake, but Belgium is more fake than others.
They have waffles though,
Good
at
way to
least.
put it.
And good fries.
Yeah,
So,
and pretty good
that's what-
chocolate.
Yeah.
I have terrible news. My balance turned white. It's
Oh.
not red anymore. I need more building sectors. Like,
If you're not fully in debt, are you even playing Vicky 3?
no.
Just grind that economy.
If I build fast enough.
There it. If you don't play like there is limitless growth, then what are you even doing? God. Let's see if that secession movement goes anywhere, because if it does, I can kick the landlords to curb. That would be fun.
Oh yeah, now I remember
Oh,
what I
right,
wanted
I'm
to
actually
do. I
on-
wanted to screw over. I remembered my plans at the end of last session. Screw over more of Siberia and Russia.
I mean,
Right.
if you want to war against Russia, I want shit from Russia. I'm on it.
Yeah, I'm just. Well, I've been decaying, so.
Same.
Yeah.
I
I have no idea if I have actually good laws right now.
You have public healthcare.
I mean, yeah, I know, but also like, I
not
mean, laissez-faire
terrible.
is not bad. I could do free trade, I guess. Is that a good idea?
I'm just happy I have schools. Okay, that was the biggest pain in the ass to get past. Like seriously, why is it so hard to get schools in Korea?
Maybe they just don't like school. They don't like homework. I mean, if they don't like schools, I think you're probably best placed to know, Sep, as well, because you're a
mean,
teacher.
It's
Ugh.
it's not like there was a history in Korea about trying to keep the peasants uneducated. Like seriously, by the way, I don't know the name of him anymore, but there was this one king that basically invented the current writing system of
Sejong?
Korea.
Sejong the Great.
Yeah, and basically after his and he did a lot of very progressive laws back in the day. So like, from what I know, pretty cool dude actually. In terms of monarchs. And then basically afterwards, every official and everyone was like, "Oh no, we should go back to the Chinese scripture because the Chinese scripture is much more complicated and harder to learn, while the other one was, where the Korean one is designed to be learned by itself, that it's intuitive to learn." And yeah, they really didn't want the peasants to read and write. It's the same thing as, you know, similar to the whole thing how the, you know, Catholic Church back, you know, always read the Bible in Latin and really had a problem with someone translating it, because if someone knew what they were actually talking about, well, that could cause problems. I mean, it caused problems, but probably not those they expected. I mean, also kind of those that they expected, but, you know, more. We had a whole history about that. Wasn't nice. Then again, European history is never nice. Okay, you know what? Fuck it, called. Do hope everyone rating is doing well and had a nice week. Hope it wasn't too stressful, and hope all is going well.
Let's see.
We knew it was kind of bound to happen at some point. I mean, who streams Victoria 3? Except like a few people.
Yeah, who does stream Victoria 3?
I don't know.
I understand making like YouTube content on it, like that I understand, but streaming Vicky 3,
I mean,
Not often. Yeah.
pretty small pool. Let alone streaming it regularly.
I mean, I guess you're right that we were kind of the only ones really
There's like
doing
the
that.
odd, like, there's like the odd individuals, I'd say probably, but
I mean, we are odd.
Yeah, we're part of the
yes,
A bit weird.
Yeah, but like,
not me.
you know what? It's still. It was still a surprise, okay?
Yeah, it's a fun surprise.
Especially since I didn't see that. God. Oh no, it's actually so. God. Fuck.
We've been telling you, yeah, you gotta be a bit more. You gotta be a bit more.
Sorry, I just have a moment.
attentive to
Yes,
chat.
but this was still a bit. I could have handled this better, okay? Like this was awkward, okay? We haven't even introduced him to Fritz Cola yet. Damn it. The
To be your opener.
No. Not yet sponsored, we shouldn't do that. No false ideas.
Only when you get sponsored.
I
Only
mean,
when
we
you
should
get the money.
definitely. That's the plan, but I don't think they want to be like the official cola for virtual imperialism. I think no one wants that. Nope.
I mean, if you have to choose between real imperialism and virtual imperialism, I
yes.
think there's one that's better.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Here's the thing about war and
Yeah.
all the bad stuff, okay? It's fun in video games.
Yeah. Also, I want to
And
say.
nobody gets hurt there.
Also, I want to say the cola of real imperialism is already Coca-Cola. So.
Yeah.
Controversial.
That is
You're not going to get sponsored now.
You know, if anyone is like
Yes,
the
it
new.
could actually be a good like advertising campaign for Fritz Cola. Like we're not the imperialist cola.
I mean, that is basically every other cola not.
What about Pepsi?
Who owns Pepsi?
I don't. I mean, PepsiCo is the company. I mean, it's more like.
Okay, hold on. So this is my analysis on it. Pepsi is not imperialist, but they are more they're culturally insensitive. That's their issue. They're culturally insensitive.
You know, my whole point was based more on stuff that they were like, you know, advertisement back in the 1930s, you know, in a certain country called Germany, where they were like, you know, the true Aryan family drinks Coca-Cola.
Oh god, yeah, right.
Yeah, they did that. Just, I know there's a big debate, you know, did they just do that out of opportunistic thing, but those exist. They went. Coca-Cola advertised with a lot of national, with a lot of the Nazi party. So it
You know what
was
I've
the
been
drive of the
reminded
time,
of
but they
just
did
now?
it.
Completely off topic. Right click and move mouse. Get some cursed angles on the world map.
Okay, why?
Very cursed.
Okay.
So ADHD here. I've been playing other games. Muscle memory.
Yeah, it's especially
And in a lot of
especially fun
games,
when
you right click to move the map.
yeah, okay, that's true.
Yeah.
I had that as well.
it's especially funny if you're switching back and forth between games and that have like map movement and camera rotation on like middle mouse button and right mouse button, and they both have it on the opposite button.
Yeah, like, you know what's even worse?
I have the exact same problem with platformers in Risk of Rain 2 with the sprint button.
Fair
Why?
point.
Why Risk of Rain 2? Why is your sprint button so different?
You know what's worse? You know what was really a big thing for me, where I had major problems with?
Also, Zeb, if you want to attack Russia, maybe now. Because I need to defect the Ottomans.
Oh. Yeah. Hold on. I need to figure out what it is that I'm asking for.
Yeah.
So
one of the big things
I need to read.
that I had was so me and Agonia were playing. We like to play sometimes this old MMO called Ragnarok Online, and the thing is, interacting and moving is on the left mouse button. You probably instantly think like, oh wait, most movement of a top-down game is done with the right mouse button in games nowadays. Indeed, very fun if you play another top-down game where you move with the right mouse button side by side. Definitely not a strain on your muscle memory. Definitely. Oh wait, no, wrong game. Right click. That wasn't it. Went to both ways.
And
So, be right back.
liberate country.
What?
We are going to liberate. Oh,
Okay.
I guess Ruben's
said-
going to do something.
I said be right back, but you can keep playing. I've got it on auto set.
Okay.
Okay.
Then I will say liberate Far East. Because I don't want the infamy just yet.
I know what it is, but here you go.
Yep. It's just a little bit above Mongolia and Manchuria.
Do I want in on that?
Well, you need to be fast.
I don't know
Can
what
I
I
get
would.
Russian war reps?
I mean, I could get it, but I don't want to.
You would have an easy time.
Fair point. I mean, I could get. What's a good thing? Okay, wait.
War reps. We had that already.
Just get reps.
Or get
you
Mexico,
need the war
I don't
rep
know.
immediately, Yeah. Oh yeah, get Mexico out of Russia's sphere. That would be great.
Okay, yeah, why not actually? Wait a second.
Either one.
Can you even join? Yeah.
Negotiate support. Ask. Can I transfer them? No, that's
Yeah,
ask
If
for
you don't want to
war
take
goals.
the infamy, you could always do
Wait a second.
liberate subject.
Transfer
Yeah,
subject. Mexico would be 70 infamy though.
Yeah.
Yeah, for me it will be 108. So you get it.
You can also
Do
just
I
get
want
war reps.
Indian Mexico? Is the question.
Why not?
Yeah. Imagine the cuisine. It would be amazing.
Oh shit, yeah. You know what? Fuck it. Give me Mexico.
There you go.
Infamy is just a number.
Infamy is just a number.
Yes.
Can I get Russian war reps?
You can just ask for them. Yeah, sure.
Thank you.
I don't need them. Also, I can't even ask for them.
Welcome to the game of bullying Russia.
Otherwise known as every Friday.
I mean, it's not like we had a whole fuck Russia campaign because Russia, in early patches, just kind of ruined a lot of campaigns. And so we're like, nope, no, we're doing one where we just fuck up Russia. And it
That said, we're fucking up Russia more in this game than we did in the fuck up Russia game.
That's fair, but they were playing like smaller countries.
True.
Do you also want a buffer of Tungus, Zep?
Tungus. Which is that?
North, like directly on your empire.
Oh, Upper Yeniesk? Or whatever it's called?
Yes.
Yeah, sure, I'm not opposed to that.
Okay. Then I add that. I don't have much I can do else.
I mean, I'll probably, as soon as the truce is over, I'll probably attack Russia for releasing the rest of Siberia. Also, I love that Tungus sounds so... It sounds like Chungus.
Big Tungus.
No,
should we
why?
also-
Yeah, we can unpause.
No, should we also wait for Ruben to see if he wants
No,
to, if
he
he wants to
said-
join? Because
He said that we could continue, and I don't think he wants a piece of this.
yeah, no, but like if he wants to join, then we'd have a front line right in Mexico, and we can knock them out faster.
Mexico doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Okay.
My
There are
infamy is
some that don't
121. No.
Oh, hi, Ruben.
Yeah, I know why he doesn't want to join. Also, I have landing craft. I can just land in Mexico.
Yeah, also, if Britain probably joined this war, then others might join the war on Russia's
Yeah.
side.
Yeah.
Also, maybe some troops on the Ottoman front. Some troops, at least from.
yeah. I'm sending troops.
From who?
I'm not sure what troops I can send where at this moment.
Just conquer your border first.
Yeah.
Hey, Sophie,
Yeah,
how
that's
are you
essentially
doing?
what I was
Welcome. Infamy is in.
Oh,
I mean, you
my
can,
god.
I mean, you can definitely spam it if you want to. That's.
I got reminded of my power block type name.
Which one? Wait.
The far, far away power
This
block.
one.
Wait. It's a coalition of states.
No, that's mine. Zeps.
Where's Sepp again? Oh yeah, far, far away.
Korea.
I mean, you know. By the way,
I mean, I went for the Shrek meme.
yes, I know. I mean, also you went for the Monty Python meme last time, even though it is historically inaccurate. Because, I mean, there's a thing. Probably a lot of people don't know, but people expected the Spanish Inquisition because they gave you a 1 month head advance. They were like, "We're coming in 1 month."
Hey, I never said anything. I never said anything about the Spanish Inquisition. I just said to never expect.
Yeah, nobody expects.
Nobody expects the Spanish Inquisition.
Exactly.
Again, it's still funny that they were expected because they were like, "Hey, we're coming in a month."
So Tula is the capital state of Russia, by the way.
It is.
Back down.
Because-
Oh, the Kazim's back. Oh yeah.
No.
It started because the Ottomans wanted to turn the Kazimids into a tributary.
Yes.
Oh. Yeah.
I thought something was off about that.
Yeah.
I needed to defend my
I
subject.
mean, we just yeah.
The Ottomans were like,
Well, that said, let me guess. Russia now has they do not have a truce with us.
damn.
So we could go in on them anyway.
Yeah.
If we do, then I can attack them and just release all of Siberia. Instead of having to, like, piecemeal it out. So if you guys want to do that, then...
Sure.
We
I'm
could do
fine
that.
with it.
Yeah, we could actually do that.
I just want so good.
But like, yeah, it's actually kind of interesting to think about the fact that the Spanish Inquisition was like, okay, you know what the funniest part about them is? For their time, they were actually, I don't want to use the word progressive, but like, I guess that kind of fits.
More
because
modern.
They were very much modern. Like, imagine if you actually, they still were there to, protect the Christian faith, but like, a lot of groups, over Europe did that, by the way, and a lot of them weren't, as. Courtiers is also not that wrong, but yeah, they were like, here's a heads up, 1 month advance. Generally, when someone came and was like, this person did witchcraft, the Spanish Inquisition, by default, actually doubted that. They weren't like, yes, witchcraft. They were like, really? Witchcraft? Do you have evidence for that? And they, had actually courts and trials and were like, just because someone says witchcraft doesn't mean there's witchcraft. So a lot of those cases were actually dismissed, and, the person accusing witchcraft were the ones, who were punished instead. So,
I can't seem to liberate Siberia anymore.
Interesting.
huh.
You have lost your great. Yeah,
Because I had that option.
Maybe you're back to a major power. That could be like.
I don't think I became. I don't recall becoming a major, a great power.
Maybe just check your interests there.
That's a good point. Oh yeah, I don't have an interest in Western Siberia. Maybe that's it.
That could be it, yeah. Basically. That's the thing. They weren't still good, because, they did the whole torture thing and stuff from time to time. But, again, for the time being, the Spanish Inquisition was very advanced, actually. Because also, interestingly, if they got, a confession under torture, this was actually usually not used. The Spanish Inquisition actually dismissed, claims made under torture, because they were like, this is not evidence. You got this under torture. People would say anything under torture.
You're not wrong.
Okay, so I realized what my problem was. It's probably because I don't have pan-nationalism, and it was probably just a bug that I saw the Siberia releasable. But I'm 19 months away from pan-nationalism, so that's a problem solved there.
I guess. What do we have here? Burmese liberal revolt. Okay, Burma. Oh, okay, good. That's not a problem. Catholic intelligence agency methods, I guess. But yeah.
The Anglo-Canadian people have began migrating from Britain to Friesland.
That's not bad migration.
Yeah.
But
yeah, that's actually an interesting thing if you think about it. That they generally were like, no, torture isn't really a good thing to get confessions out, because, again, it's torture. People will say anything, or just because some guy said it was witchcraft, doesn't mean it's witchcraft. Witchcraft, there would be signs, there would be evidence. Could be that this is just some guy trying to get rid of someone.
Yeah, if you kept accusing everybody of witchcraft, then what happens if you get someone who's an actual witch?
Yeah, that's the interesting part about the Spanish
Inquisition. You lose your justification about it.
Yeah, that is actually the interesting part about the Spanish Inquisition. They were specifically installed because before that it was, this local affair that was, not really regulated, or, it was just not good. So just there were a lot of accusations that just happened, or went through, and basically what happened afterwards is that they were like, no, we're actually going to centralize that and make rules for it. And turns out that was from the people living there. Again, if you were Muslim, Jewish, not the best time. But also, usually the Inquisition were like, if you bribe us, we leave you alone. So...
If you had the money to bribe.
If you had the money for that. So that's that. But, still, not good on that part. I'm not saying, the Spanish Inquisition was good. It's just, it basically only got a reputation because, Protestant merchants, sailed there, and they got in touch with the Spanish Inquisition, and when they went back to Britain and such, they were like, yo, that Spanish Inquisition sucks. And like, yeah, I mean, for you, they did. And yeah, welcome everyone who still stayed. This is also just a part. We just talk about history sometimes, which is just very interesting because I mean, history is a fascinating subject if you want to understand so much where it came from. It does.
Yeah.
And also, if you think, oh wait, she's talking bullshit, interrupt me. Write it in the chat. Just yeet it out. This is a free chat.
No,
Oh
it's
yeah.
not.
Why do rice farms not have any technology above steam-powered threshers? Annoying. Like,
Because it'd be well, so there's a mechanical part to it, like actual technology-wise.
Yeah. Like,
something.
But yeah,
That's one thing, and also balance-wise, they employ so much more people.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
that's the one thing.
Yeah.
But also, again, I think a big part is just the fact that, I mean, rice production has not changed that much. Like, I mean, there are some, vehicles nowadays that help with, rice farming and such.
Well, the biggest thing that's changed with rice production is the genus. Is the
Species?
not species.
Cultivar?
I forget what
Cultivar?
cultivar. It's because they've they've selectively bred and genetically engineered it basically to be
Oh,
more
yeah.
drought resistant, produce more, and
Yeah, that is, this is more like, making a
that
better
sort of stuff,
plant
yeah.
overall.
more
but, like,
productive.
the general, how's it called?
I'm agreeing, but I'm just saying that that's the only thing that's really changed.
Yeah, true. Everything else is more like, it's kind of the same because you need to plant rice in water, so yeah, like there's not a lot of it's not the easiest environment to actually build stuff around. It's not, it's not wheat, it's not corn. I mean, and again, even there we bred more resilient and better, better versions of it because. Yeah, let's not forget that. Like, that we definitely bred like a lot of good and hardy crop variants that actually survived a lot of stuff.
I mean, that was a big change in 1960s with most cereal grains and stuff like that. Because if you remember, like, I don't know if you've watched like the stuff on YouTube where like they talk to people in the 1960s about like what's your biggest worry, and like number one obviously was like nuclear war, but
Yeah,
the second
sure.
one was overpopulation, which is why they brought in the one-child policy, because they thought, well, we can only produce so much grain, not so much food. How are we
But
gonna
then
feed
it
all
turns
these
out we're
people?
producing 3 times the amount our planet needs, which is like,
Yeah,
if you think about
we can
that
produce
number,
a ton
it is
more food than they did
bonkers.
back then,
Yeah.
because we have better.
And even then we produced a lot. It's like,
and then
more
also
like-
they realized, well, they also realized, oh wait, we can import food,
yeah.
Yeah, that's as well. That's as well.
You know what I kind of wish that this game.
and now the U.S. If I remember correctly, the U.S. is currently China's #1 source of soybeans.
Yeah.
Though isn't that mostly for like
Yeah,
feed for like pigs and such?
I don't think so. But
Well, you gotta feed. It's a we sell it for both, but
Okay.
also the U.S. is, I think, the world's largest producer of soybeans.
I mean, okay, listen. Zep, the USA is basically the world's largest producer of anything grain related. Look at this. Look at this. All of this
True.
is just grain production. All of this is just grain production. And the moment
we
you know-
don't even mix it up all that much either.
What?
We don't even mix it up all that much either.
Yeah, it's just like,
we
your
just
center.
kind of
Your center's just a gigantic ass farm. It's just that. And
Mostly.
yeah, and the moment you by accident completely you completely genocided. Genocide isn't the word. You killed off a whole species it just got better because okay, actually, you know what? This would be actually, I think, an interesting small DLC for Wiki 3 because why I say, you know, it would be generally interesting to have more crop variation, you know, just to build and, you know, more crop variations that certain cultures would like to eat. I think plagues and stuff, you know, not only with, you know, diseases, would definitely be very interesting because, like, the Americans during that time had a really big locust problem. And it's one of the most fascinating things in history because the North American locust is dead. It's completely wiped out. It doesn't exist anymore. And the thing is, no one knows why. Because it happened like at the turn of the century, like, you know, 1906 or so. They were just gone. They, like, I think the last parts were found in some valley in northern Canada, and then they were gone. Those were like the actual last samples. Those things ate the Midwestern away. They ate through barns, they ate through wood, they ate everything. And because they were so big, no one collected them because why would they? They were a thing, and then they were gone suddenly, and everyone was like, what the fuck happened here? And we don't know because no one really studied them because they just happened. And it's fascinating.
Well, it's also we didn't have the infrastructure. I'm not talking about trains. We had the trains. We didn't have like the academic. We didn't have the academic infrastructure to study them.
You had.
Yeah,
at the time.
you had them. You made a whole commission, but also that commission really didn't found out a lot, which was more interesting how they were gone in the end because, okay,
it happened really, really fast.
Yeah, some really interesting facts about that. First of all, for everyone who's like,
I mean, I'd expect, given how fast they were gone, I'd expect there was some kind of disease that wiped them out.
It probably
or
wasn't
pesticide.
a disease. No, actually, this was long before pesticides. Okay, here's the thing.
Yeah, there were some natural ones that were kind of used.
Yes, kind of, yes, but not in a, you know, you need to keep in mind, those things stretched for miles, the swarms. They were enormous. The amount of pesticides that were used back then, you know, even those, you know, that could work a little bit.
Alfalfa,
Alfalfa was it, yeah. That wouldn't have been enough. Just, it wouldn't have been. But, so the thing is, what the current theory is why they are died out, is there are a few things. First of all, what is happening right now?
You have a problem here.
What happens?
Russia doesn't like you.
What is happening actually?
Russia doesn't like you.
Yeah, it's.
I can't support you because Hamura isn't. It's an indirect subject. So, good luck.
I don't have an interest in Persia right now.
Ruben.
Yeah?
You could probably join in the next phase.
Yeah, I'm just... What is going on here?
I think, like, I saw you deny something. I'm assuming, like, Persia requesting more independence, and then immediately the play started. So I think that's probably what did it.
Yeah,
it could be that... Yeah, okay.
Yeah, Russia is probably supporting...
more shit!
Well then,
can I please... No, can I please do my stuff, because I need to do war goals now. And it's a bit... Okay, first of all.
Also, yeah, if you can't win the war against Russia, then if you could at least hold out, then in 11 months, I will go in Russia.
I don't think I can really do... You want to just join now?
I can't. I'm not in the play.
Belgium!
Can you get to the phase where I could even join? Then I can think about it. Otherwise, I do not care much. I have uprisings. Pesky South America is wanting to be free.
Again?
Yeah. Even Amazonians don't want to be part of the Belgian Netherlands.
God damn it. Now I might talk about locusts.
No one wants to be part of Belgium. Not even the Belgians.
Okay, so the thing is about locusts. Locusts are grasshoppers. So first of all,
Normally, yes.
normally. So one of the things is that
You don't need to pause for that.
yeah, it just.
You know what? Maybe it was an invasive species.
Nope, it wasn't. It was a native species, but there's also an the most
Habitat
interesting
loss?
part is what?
Habitat loss, maybe.
That is basically the thing what everyone is
Probably a
suggesting because
combination of factors.
yeah, because what probably happened is that you need to keep in mind locusts happen when, for example, there is not enough food in, for example, Africa, and this is when grasshoppers get pushed to a certain space down, like they're pushed into a narrow, like in a more in the space with
pushed
not enough
together
food.
habitat-wise, and if they're basically rubbing against each other too much because they're normally like very solitary,
Yeah, they're very
then
solitary.
they basically metamorph into a locust.
Yeah, that's the key basically. So
That's at least the case with the African.
that's with the African one. Yeah, in North America,
They're like the villain in a Sentai
Yeah.
anime
Yeah.
or show.
in North America, it turns out the North American locust was its own unique species that just did it on a cyclical basis, apparently. But also, and this is a very crucial thing, when the when people went to the Native Americans and were like, okay, hey, shit, how did you all deal with that? The Native Americans basically just, shrugged with their shoulders and were like, those weren't there. Those didn't appear until you were here. So everyone was like, what the fuck?
Very long ago, more.
Maybe
They had
very...
oral traditions about it.
By the way, you didn't join the war. Cool.
Well, I don't need to join. I cannot join now. Now I can join. That's the join phase.
Yeah, where is it now? But okay, make a proposition.
Sure. We'll go the Conquer State. Where is it?
I wish I could like help garrison it, like send reinforcements or something.
You could support her militarily, like offer military assistance.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can do that, but there's just not much more.
Okay, then let's just more transfer subject. Give me. Where's Bukhara? What's up there? Hey, Greece, Baltic Governments, Finland. Oman. I am taking Oman. Thank you very much. Also. Let me just.
It needs a long time for stuff like that.
Yeah, I know. The thing is, I can't. Liberate country, force nationalization.
What are you trying to do?
Absorb more stuff who are from the people that are rebelling. So I think it's conquer.
Yes.
Ujaipur, I think. It's just I now need to just simply find it. Okay.
Yeah, that's a bit hard.
That's just a thing.
UI needs a small overhaul that you can just click on the map.
Yeah. You know what? Give me Sindh Punjab. So what is it? You know what? Yes. Give me Sindh. Then they are out of the way. Probably everyone's now screaming, "Oh God, how bad are you? This isn't the move you should be doing." I'm like, yeah, probably. Okay.
I have now nationalized the 80 some odd buildings that the U.S. owned in me.
Mm-hmm.
So now I can privatize them for my own pops to own.
Great. Kandahar, Baluchistan? No. Can't do those. Oh, God, sorry for everything.
You're fine.
There we go. That should be it. Accept. Okay.
On
so-
top?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Oh yeah, right. You have a front up there.
Mm-hmm.
How useful.
If I can get there on time.
Oh yeah.
Ooh,
But
yeah.
Basically,
Finally made it to number 5 power plant.
Great.
nice. The thing about the North American locust is that it was its own species. Okay, so we know that actually nowadays. Because we have a few surviving. You know, we had a few.
Not surviving, but they were, I think, found in a glacier.
They were found in the glacier. Yes, actually, they were found in the glacier. So they found them there, and they confirmed no, those things are its own species. So, how did that species go extinct? Now it gets interesting. First of all, by the way, this theory confirmed that because grasshoppers are all over the USA. Okay, those are still there. The locusts weren't the same species that the normal grasshopper in the USA are. So it's not that, they're just dormant because of, there's more food now and more, widespread living space, so they just don't form locusts anymore. The American locust definitely was cyclical to a degree, but it also wasn't the same grasshopper species. So what gives? Well, the thing that could probably be explaining everything is the fact that it could be that they were living in the Rocky Mountains. They went there to breed. Because keep in mind, ecosystems are they're quite resilient, but sometimes, species are very bound, like salmons and such, just always go, up to certain rivers where they, go to, reproduce. And it could be that, because this kind of lines up, around the time where people, where those locusts just stopped being there, this was when, the upper Rocky Mountains were settled, Wyoming and such. So it could be that they went there to, lay eggs and stuff, and then during the time those eggs, incubated in the ground and such, human settlers came, opened up the ground, killed those eggs, and just, by accident, completely decimated the whole species.
By accident.
By accident.
Accident.
Oh, okay, so no. God, not the egg jokes. Not the egg jokes.
You
Stop
don't
that.
want to start with my egg jokes.
No, your egg jokes are even worse. Stop that. Don't even think about it.
Yeah, I'll stop with the egg. I'll stop with the egg jokes. We're not at a Ranma convention anyway.
Ah. But this is generally the thing that people, accept as this might have happened. Which doesn't explain why the early settlers in like 1700 or so reported the locusts being on the east coast and, those vanished. Yeah, so turns out those locust swarms people in the Midwestern, 100 years later, or 100 years later, reported were a thing when, the first British settlers landed on the east coast. So they were there, but not in the, inland. So I guess they probably had something cyclical, going through over different territories.
I do feel like that kind of expands upon the possibility of invasive species being involved, at least in a
Maybe.
partial sense. Because I don't... let me see. I need to double check something, because I think the European rat did not...
I mean, if we go with invasive species, you would think like the African grasshopper would have migrated somehow. But the problem is, we have now the genetic makeup of the locusts, and they're not the same.
It's more
not
like
even remotely.
if something hunted them, and I don't really know anything that really hunts grasshoppers, I'd say. So that's
Not in the measurements required for the masses of locusts the USA had.
Yeah, and especially the weirdest part about this is, again, we have, the records of, the early settlers on the East Coast being like, there are locust swarms, and everyone's like, okay. And then those, go missing, they just vanish. And when people arrive on the Great Plains, arrive there, they were... The thing is, the people on the Great Plains were like, we don't know of those things. And then, you have the whole part of, everyone reporting that there wasn't those, and then they came, and it's like... Just the thing is, the American locust is something that just is more questions than we know of, because it was a plague, it was a strain on the ecosystem, and it's gone. And with little to any downside, actually.
As far as we know.
As far as we know. Yes, there are a bunch of, how's it called? Very fine-tuned parts of ecosystems, but also it's less... Ecosystems are just also very resilient. They can lose a species from time to time.
Depends on the species. But
Depends on the species. I'd say the bigger the species is, the more important it is. But we all know, the whole reintroduction of wolves into how's it called? The whole reintroduction of wolves into Yellowstone just made a gigantic chain reaction of caused a gigantic chain reaction of things to just improve, because simply as that, because they started hunting deer, and the deer didn't damage the riverbeds as the river banks as much, and
yeah.
a whole lot of things happening there. But it seems like the American locust wasn't really that important. You know, sometimes like keep in mind there are some species on the
There are cornerstone species in ecosystems,
Yeah.
and there are species that are kind of negligible.
Yeah.
yeah like
Ironically, always a fun thing to talk about mosquitoes.
yeah
You would think like
Yep.
they might be important, and every time people look into it, it turns out no, they aren't.
they're just there. But that's the
At
thing,
most,
right?
they are minusculely important to things like dragonflies and such.
Yeah.
You
But
would think like
that's the big. That's,
Yeah.
that's like
Animals,
the strongest argument I've ever seen for the mosquito is that they are a vital dietary thing for many dragonfly species. But even then, they have enough dietary diversity that they could feasibly move to other
Yeah.
Yeah.
insects.
otherwise you have some birds and some spiders, but every time people look into it, like not a big part of their diet actually.
Yeah, so it's kind of interesting, and this is why, by the way,
More
when
like
you look
snack
at
food.
what
They're not a big part of the diet. They're more like a snack food.
true, like it's not that they aren't
Yeah.
eaten; it's just not, you know, like mosquitoes aren't like the best health. Like there are more protein dense insects, like locusts, for example. Like there are some like again, I think the big part about this here is that nature's random. I think we talked about this on this channel a lot times, because how things end up can be sometimes the result of a very fine-tuned balance. And you know, sometimes introducing species or removing species from an ecosystem can have devastating effects. See, for example, the whole eucalyptus tree fiasco that the paper industry caused. But also, sometimes there are just things there because they're there. Sometimes, you know, ecosystems are finely balanced, but again, they're also resilient, and there's just some, and not everything is part of a grand thing. Like, trying to even think about that in nature, like, oh, everything is so finely balanced and like part of a great plan, kind of tries to, you know, through the back door bring a lot of, you know, more religious thought about nature into that whole discussion when it's not even the place for that. Like, humans aren't perfect. Like, we are the
Essentially, Thanos was wrong.
He was fucking wrong. Holy shit. He should have. That's, you know what? Here's the thing. Thanos was wrong. Not enough people thought that. Also, Disney are cowards for not having the bullying David storyline in the movies. Anyway, if you know that storyline, by the way.
No, I don't.
Okay,
What's
so
it?
there's a small side story about Thanos. Basically, he just decided one day to. So there's this, you know, baby being born called David, and Thanos.
Oh
Yeah, I think he steals his, you know, thing up over his crib, and he's just like, you know what? I'm gonna fuck your life up every year on your birthday. I'm coming and doing something horrible, and he just does that every single year. He does something horrible. But there's some great scenes. Like, for example, on his 26th birthday or so, like David got fired. Dave gets fired, and like, and they're like, oh, and he's like, oh, hey, Thanos, like, what? Guess you got me fired. And Thanos like, no, that's actually just a coincidence. I just killed your cat. And you know he doesn't lie. It's just like, he's just an asshole to him.
For no reason.
And one of the
I will say he's still not as great of a hater as Eobard Thawne.
I get it, but like, just to wrap some of the
Thawne,
best parts
Thawne
up.
transcends everything.
Can I, by the way, wrap this up, because one of the funniest parts about this
Yeah.
whole story
Yeah,
is
go
that, you know, he basically is like, what? Wait a second, where was I? So, at the 30th birthday, Dave, you know, is like, hey, he didn't show up. Why isn't Thanos coming? Why doesn't he ruin my birthday? And then what happens is, he hears the news and it's like, Thanos has been defeated, and he's like, yay, I'm free! 1 year later, Thanos shows up and is like, hey Dave, I missed your birthday last time. Don't worry, it won't happen again. And then when he's old, he's like, why the fuck are you doing this? And Thanos is just like, I don't want to explain right now. Floods his, breaks the pipe and floods the apartment. It's like, bye, see you next year. It's just like, it never gets explained why he ruins this guy's life specifically. He just does. It's just like, yeah, that's just a great move, but
Interesting story here.
it's just funny also because, yeah, it's just kind of funny to have like the big evil guy, the biggest evilest guy in the universe, just go fuck this guy specifically. It's just very funny.
Oh, finally, feminists.
Finally, Vicky 3 moment. But yeah, welcome to History Lessons on the Nia channel. We're doing this a lot, so if you want to know more about that, you better follow, and I guess also follow me on Bluesky or something if you like to hear more about that stuff, and trains. I guess sometimes, and other video games. That does happen. That does happen. Yeah. I mean, again, I think locust swarms would be kind of an interesting thing to have in this. Because, I mean, we already have droughts and stuff. Like, locust swarms we also have, but, like, being a story element.
I will say, regarding this, I am massively disappointed in Paradox because they missed an easy layup on immersion.
Okay.
They could have added an event for the Dust Bowl.
That as well, yeah.
Like,
The Dust Bowl and stuff.
Yeah.
this would have been the perfect time to add the Dust Bowl. Perfect time.
Yeah.
Because you added droughts, you added all of the things that are potentially
And the locust swarms, for that matter.
Yeah.
I mean,
But yeah, they did add locust swarms, and the whole thing is they could have just made it. Oh, if the U.S. is facing a major drought in the Great Plains, then Dust Bowl journal entry begins. And I think that would be a lot more fun, potentially, than the frickin' Spanish flu one, which is just kind of dumb, and it's an afterthought.
I feel
Yeah,
like...
if they probably implemented it, it wouldn't be so bad, but...
But yeah, anyways, my problem is just like it was such an easy thing that they could have done, and the Dust Bowl is probably one of the most significant. It's among the most significant environmental things that happened globally. Just because of the effect. So the effects that it had on because the Dust Bowl was also a contributing factor to the Great Depression.
Yeah.
So it wasn't only tariffs.
It wasn't only that.
It was
yeah.
also Dust Bowl and other stuff.
It usually is a mixture of a lot of things when something like that happens.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'd say it would be cool, but like, I can almost see that the next, flavor pack or so will be about the US aid. Considering all the mechanics they have
Looks
right
like
now.
India is losing.
Yes, for some reason I do
But
right now.
Well,
the biggest thing, if I recall correctly, that the Dust Bowl
Where is
affected
Kabi,
the
by the
rest
way?
of the world is that
Where is Kabi?
what?
middle mouse button.
Yeah,
Yeah, a bit higher. Yes. And now, on there. That's
There.
What, naval invade and good.
okay, so wait a second.
Really take your time with
But
it.
anyways, yeah, the thing about the Dust Bowl is that it caused massive heat waves across the
Yeah.
entire northern hemisphere.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
which caused a lot of crop failure and a bunch of other problems. In like across Europe and even in Russia, it caused a lot of melting issues. And not to mention in the U.S., it was just terrible. Like you'd have it. Think of it this way. From a European perspective, it's like if it's like if the farms, like the soil, the dried up soil from the farms of Ukraine, ended up on the beaches of Normandy
Yeah. That's...
because of dust. Because of
We have
dust storms.
Saharan dust though. That happens, but yeah. I mean, we have our
Yeah,
own...
but that's the Sahara.
I know. It's like if the Baltics burned down, that would be bad. Let's just put it like this. But yeah.
Yep.
I mean, also...
It's almost like humanity has developed their own social ecosystem, an environmental ecosystem.
Yeah. And sometimes we fuck them up, as I alluded to, for example. By the way, the like if you're currently talking about the whole fires in California, so by the way, I'm not gonna say it's either or. Like climate change is part of it, but also
Yep.
they planted a bunch of eucalyptus trees. So
Yeah, we've been trying. So California's been trying to solve that problem for the
I
last
mean,
15 years.
by the way,
Um,
can I say one thing also? You know what the other two states
Yeah.
are that also imported a bunch of eucalyptus trees because their wood makes really good fibers for paper production. This is, by the way, why they imported them. Spain and Greece. Guess which countries have massive wildfires? Well, for example, Italy doesn't really.
I mean, it's not
Yeah.
solely the eucalyptus because wildfires are a natural thing that's supposed to
No,
happen.
wildfires
It's like
are a natural thing.
environment, but they're not supposed to get.
I don't think anyone said
Yeah,
that.
they're not supposed to get.
Yeah, but like
Yeah, I said that they are a natural thing and that
yes,
they're
but
supposed to
also
happen,
in California,
but not to this scale.
Yeah.
Yeah, because in California and Spain, a lot of the local plant life is actually very fire resistant because they adapted.
Yeah.
But eucalyptus trees burn because they have oils in them. And also, another big problem, their roots go really, really deep. You cannot really get rid of them. And the next major problem they have is the simple fact that, those roots go deep. You can't really remove them, and they also suck the ground dry. So they make stuff that was, they make the whole ground drier, which is another problem amplifying the situation. So it's just a bit of a shit show in that regard. And also, if you're like, okay, really, do the eucalyptus trees make it so much
I
worse?
think they're still owning stuff of their war goals, right?
Yeah, I think it is most... Well,
Oh no, you just haven't landed.
Kabi Warper Priest. Yeah, it really is just that. Like...
But there are other factors, of course,
can I-
including things like lack of rainfall and
Can I say one thing about that, by the way?
yeah.
There's an interesting metric
What?
for that, by the way, about the lack of rainfall, because northern Spain had, over the last years, double the rainfall than northern Germany, like Hamburg and such.
That's not good.
Yes, and yet it burns there and it doesn't burn there. Because, like, northern
So,
Spain has a bunch of
you know
mountains
the reason
and stuff,
why.
so...
You know the reason why that is, right?
Why?
It's not. You need consistent and gradual increases in rainfall over the course of years to get out of droughts, to fully get out of droughts, because the drought isn't necessarily just the lack of rainfall. It's also the effect that it has on the environment and the soil.
Yeah,
And
it's more like...
if you have twice as much rainfall a year after a drought, that's not good because you're going to get a lot of erosion. You're going to get a lot of
Yeah.
No, the
runoff,
point
and you're not
was-
going to get a lot of water
Yeah.
seeped into the ground.
The water just doesn't get absorbed
Yeah.
if it's completely dry,
The
Yes.
point was it has...
and then
Yes.
there's a sudden large amount.
Yeah.
The point was that they have overall double the amount of rainfall in a year than Hamburg. And yet one burns and the other doesn't. And it's not like, we don't have our wildfires here in Germany, because, for example, there's a lot of that really fast growing wood. I don't know the name of it anymore.
Some needle trees.
Needle tree. But they also planted a lot of them.
Or
They're also always
are
everywhere
you
in
you're talking
Scotland.
about evergreen, right?
What?
Buffers?
That's probably more question for.
You know evergreen trees, right? You're talking about those?
Yeah, the same you
Yeah.
make commercially in Scotland, I think.
Those I
Mhm,
don't,
yeah.
I don't
But
know.
I don't know how they're called in English.
Basically, yeah. The thing is just the last time we had anything, remotely similar was when actually the Bundeswehr has a firing exercise over a peat. They shot shit over peat while it was dry, which is like, if it wasn't dry, no problem. But everyone said to them, it is too dry this time of the year. It was really like, it was one of the driest summers, and they, but this was still a localized wildfire. This wasn't as bad. So yeah. It's not that there aren't wildfires here. It's just most of the stuff doesn't burn as well. That's the big difference.
There's also another contributing factor to a lot of the wildfires in the U.S. is also a lot of it is man-made problem, like man-caused problems. So things like people smoking, which it's gotten better over the years. It's gotten
Gender
better.
reveals.
Yeah.
Still,
In Germany, sadly, no.
that is a
Yeah. And Europe in general, so yeah.
yeah.
Europe is very
think-
much a
but
smoking
things have been
continent.
I think Britain got better in smoking a lot.
I guess.
Yeah, we don't have nearly
We-
as much as
I
mainland.
think the I forget who it was, but like 10 or 15 years ago, I think the a lot of the American anti-smoking propaganda is, I guess, a good way to put it, because it was effectively that was imported into the UK. I don't remember if it was Northern Ireland or if it was England that did it, or like
it was
that
mostly
started it all.
England, I was aware.
Yeah, but basically, because a lot of it was in English and shared language stuff, and just the prevalence of American culture, it just kind of ended up happening.
Well, it's more to do with the Blair administration. He implemented a large anti-smoking campaign and banned it in like pubs and everything and stuff like that. So I don't know. It might have something to do with the US. I'm not entirely sure, but
I think there was definitely a cultural.
there's crossover.
Yeah,
It's hard to attribute things to the British or the Americans when it comes to the English to the Anglosphere.
it also got better here, which is
Culturally.
mostly due to mostly due to stuff like we also had big anti-smoking campaigns, but like
Not as good as it.
okay, you know what? Let's just put it like this: mainland Europe just didn't care. Like, that's the thing. We had a lot of stuff, in schools, we had it, and people didn't care. Like, in the school I went to, there was like a big, those things like a shelf with a glass in front of them. Like there was a big one with all the lists all the things listed why you shouldn't smoke, and there was still like
Poster?
one. What? No, it's not a poster. It was like where you could actually put things in and such.
Shelf.
Oh, display case.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
Oh, the Danes are coming to me. From Schleswig.
Oh.
Nice.
Oh.
Like how many more shit do I need? Like I have machine guns and everything. No.
Nice. I think we won.
Not yet.
I won. I won.
Oh.
You also won.
Oh, great.
You have more part of Siberia, I guess.
Yeah.
Why? Oil?
Oil.
You burned down half of Siberia for oil.
Yes.
America built.
Agonian, do you want to fight against China?
Generally, sure.
Let me see something really quick. Okay, so that and in a couple, in not too long, I'll be ready to fight China. I just need to lower the autonomy of Mongolia and Manchuria.
I mean, I can also start the war if you want to.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine.
The main thing is just we can talk long.
Or wait, do you want one thing, or do you want a lot of things? Because
Good question. Let me see how expensive they are.
I was thinking of taking maybe all of the stuff from because I can't take all the stuff for Mongolia in one Diplo request.
Well,
I can do it in one Diplo play if I'm the leader.
well, then do your war first.
Okay.
I just want Hebei, I guess, to connect.
Yeah. Then in that case, I will make a demand for... what's the cheapest one of these to start with? Probably this one. This one. You would be in that play. All right.
Oh, where is it? Oh, I have to wait a bit.
Hey. Oh well. God. But yeah, where were we actually?
Lots of things.
Lots of things actually. So, we beat Russia for oil. Yay.
I mean, they also have a bit of wood there. Lots of wood, actually.
That is a given in Siberia. I would say that there's a lot of wood in Siberia.
You say that. Have you seen into the Victorian Amazon forest? There isn't a lot of wood there.
Fair point, ironically. But yeah, generally it's like, you know, where were we actually?
How many times do you want to ask this?
You know what? I am not sure. I'm not doing a good impression right now. I think at least a few people are still watching. Whoops.
Stop thinking about it.
Okay.
War goals.
There should be a bigger train through Siberia, though. Okay. Ever thought about the fact that there could have been a bridge between Ireland and Great Britain, but the Brits kinda blocked that by themselves?
Because Brits.
Yeah,
No, there's a gigantic trench there, even without the nuclear waste that's dumped down
That's
there
the thing. The
and
trench-
bombed for World War II. That could not really be.
No, actually,
You couldn't really
looked it
create
up.
either a bridge or a tunnel.
I looked it up, by the way. A bridge would be possible there, actually. the trench is not the biggest problem, not the biggest.
Okay, yes, it
trench.
would be possible, but it would be stupidly expensive.
Yeah, it would be stupidly expensive. But hey, it would be a railway bridge between Ireland and Britain. Okay,
You know the last person to suggest that we do that?
Churchill.
Boris Johnson. You're on his team.
Hey, even Boris Johnson might be right sometimes.
Yeah, every clock is right. Every broken clock is right.
It wasn't a
twice
rail
day.
bridge in his mind.
God damn it, Boris!
It was a road
Why
bridge.
do you suck so much?
See, not even the same team.
Ah, HSR 3, Ireland 2.
Close enough.
Hey, seriously.
That
High-speed
require
rail bridge.
Ireland to actually invest in their train system.
Honestly,
God, they're as
yeah.
bad as us.
Like, I mean, if you actually build HSR 3 from, there, it would be like, oh, hey, suddenly you need to build one up, to Scotland and then over, and then suddenly the Irish would be like, ah, shit. No, no, mate. How do they speak? How do the Irish
What's even
speak?
funnier is, like, they actually have the money to do it. Because they have stupid amount of surplus.
Yeah. I know.
But no, they're not going to.
No.
Or build
No
houses.
more rail. I mean, you should build HSR 2 first.
Fucking... Fine Gael and Fine Fawn.
I mean, at least we are now fixing our major railway lines here, which is great.
Except you can actually go to the front line.
Oh, are
Yep.
you... Oh, you're bullying China again.
Sorry about that.
Now, back to business.
Which business?
Um,
You're a chartered company, right?
No,
Not anymore? Just a Dominion, okay.
which is actually an upgrade.
Lunda, a thing that doesn't exist anymore, apparently, has started an uprising and got colonized completely, so they can't do an uprising anymore.
Ooh, the Liberal Party and the Agrarian Party won the election.
Nice. Oh, I had a famine and now it's gone. That's sad. So, where is the HQ? In Chongqing, I think it's called. You know what would be even better? Imagine we could play Wiki 3 without it lagging.
That would be wonderful. Maybe it is there in a few years. Who knows? Maybe.
But for now, it's a problem.
Yep.
For now, it's just that. You just have to live with it, you
Oh
know?
god, now to cut down America.
Mm-hmm. They're cutting you down. Yeah. Oh, okay.
Trying to.
Well, what are they trying to do?
Yeah, it's just America.
You have land borders with them now. You can eat them.
Oh, yeah.
well,
Hey, Korea, you just landlocked the province. They backed down.
But they have no truce with me.
Oops. Oh, that is useful.
Ah. I was hoping that they wouldn't back down,
Can,
Oh.
especially because I had to step away for a moment.
But still, why don't they have a truce with me? They should have a truce with me.
Garrus8068, thank you for the follow. Woo, I think that's the first real...
No, we had one already.
the first real follow of this year.
Okay. Also, Russia sided with the United States of America.
you know, when someone follows me but acts like a bot, I won't be like, that's you know, a real person.
Friends can't join. I've got a truce with them. Thank fuck.
I can join if you want to. That's faster.
Okay.
Who wants to fuck Russia? Who wants to take stuff from them?
I can't right now. I would.
want.
Belgium, hi! I'm here to fuck up Russia.
Oh, Russia does have a truce with you, Agonia.
Doesn't matter. I can join against them.
Yeah. You want to join? Is that...
I'm not in the play.
Oh yeah, you don't have an interest in Oh, okay.
I don't care about. I don't care about pesky American problems.
But you could get shit out of Russia.
I can get shit out of Russia another time.
Mm-hmm.
Let's get.
No, apparently I need my ammunition. It's been a while.
Oh, I can send you some.
Yeah.
I've got my industry actually needs to send stuff somewhere.
Yeah, your munition plant's completely emptied of workers. Like, you still have 11 in Wallonia, but they are like, they were out basically no workers, just like last day.
Guess who is building the Victoria Terminus? I am building the big train building.
Congratulations.
Yeah, I'm still building it, you know. That's one thing, but I'm building it. I'm building it. I'm building wonderful big train. How is it actually looking in reality? Like, is it still a thing?
I'm pretty sure it's still a station.
Let me just. Ooh.
It's a big station, right?
Yes. That's
And that chat is what's called a nyagasm. It's what happens when she sees a pretty train station.
I mean, okay. Wait. So first of all, we need to talk about this a little bit, because it is a very pretty train station, by the way. Very pretty train station. So, putting this up right next to the Timbler. Yeah, there. Look at this thing. It's beautiful.
Ooh,
It
yeah.
is beautiful as hell.
Yeah. Gorgeous.
I mean,
We should build that in the Minecraft server.
Yeah, why not?
Also,
I mean, this is the inside, by the way. It's a cathedral.
If you
What's
you
it?
can technically, I think it's Turkmenistan. If you liberate that, a big chunk of Russia is also gone.
Let me see if that's an option for me now.
Actually,
Yes, that is.
I mean,
2 states.
yeah, but pretty big states.
There's no Turkmenistan.
Kazakhstan is more.
Oh yeah, right, that one was it. But it's basically adjacent
Turkmenistan
to
is,
Great Mongolia.
yeah, Turkmenistan is the smaller one on Persia's border.
I can
Kazakhstan
only
is the
really
big-
do Azerbaijan.
I can do all of that. Let me see what of Siberia is left to be.
You don't have an interest, and it's always sended, so.
I have an interest. Okay. In that case, liberate. So if I were to do liberate Siberia, who would be involved in the play? Undecided would be United Netherlands, but you can't. Netherlands can't join anything and any side until 1913. Mexico, Egypt, Qing, Greece. Romania, Ukraine, Quasi-Mid-State, Serbia, and Montenegro. But Romania, Ukraine, Quasi-Mid-State, and Egypt likely join Russia. If I change the target to Kazakhstan,
Where's Russia's capital?
by the way,
Tula.
not much change.
Tula, it's the northern
Tula.
part of Ukraine.
yeah. By the way, like
Okay.
it is kind of the inside is like very Indian very Indian train station picture because like there are so many people in India using the trains. It's kind of impressive. Like this is the part where I'm like I kind of wish they would get the money to upgrade that and build high-speed rail in there and like all of that because I mean it would be a lot of money, but like people forget that India is quite the railway nation. They just have their they just have some they just still help.
They've just got a lot of legacy hardware.
Yeah, but still, they're fully electrified here, as you can see. It's impressive. A lot of the US isn't. When you were a railway nation. And then, no, like, why the East Coast could have been at least. The East Coast, but like, yeah, India electrified a lot. They're actually working a lot on their railway, so that's impressive, but like, yeah, that is one of those stations where I'm like, I hope it gets an upgrade one day. This is one of the stations where I just would like to go, when it's, right now, how it is now, and then, if they ever overhaul and upgrade it, I would love to see it, because, like, that's an impressive station. I love big train stations. Again, as I said, they're kind of cathedrals
Now I
for the
get
masses.
the Chuvash people from Russia also migrating to Flanders.
But also I
like
need...
in like the people in that photo, like very good looking clothes. Like generally, from what I've seen, like Indian clothing just looks honestly like better than in Europe.
Yeah.
Very
They
pretty.
use a lot
Very
of
good.
Oh,
colors.
in the game.
Yeah, much more color. No, in the
mean,
photo
not-
on
not-
screen.
I mean, color-wise,
Oh.
I would say that they're kind of similar, but I'd say the thing is more that a lot of the compositions and such are not, the
Yeah.
general,
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
Also, I need
Much
to point
better.
out, it's not the Victoria Terminus anymore. It was it until 1996. It is now the Chhatrapati Shivaji Terminus. So, important.
Also, funniest thing, not funniest thing, but interesting thing, what is mostly associated with like older European clothing, like from the rich people and such, that we just stole from the Ottomans, actually, mostly.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
And,
true.
Like, one kind of interesting thing about that, like, the that you mentioned, like upper class clothing, that's used to just change a lot more. And then sometime in the 19th century, you got people started wearing suits, and then for the past like 150 years, it has been like almost completely unchanged. Like you look at photos and paintings of like upper class people from the late 90s, like even some of the middle 19th century, and they're wearing suits, and it's like, yeah, no, this could just be somebody like working in
the
like
fuck?
the financial like in the city of London. Like it's just there's no more it's been completely stagnant for like more than 150 years, and it's
Yeah.
kind of weird to me. And also it doesn't even look good. Like, yeah, if well-tailored clothes look good if they're well-tailored for being well-tailored, but just aesthetically it's fucking boring. Like,
I mean, suits look good
we
on
need
girls.
more shit. Like, we need. That is true, but like we need more shit like before then, like the early 19th century and the 18th century, like the whole more gaudy, colorful, like extravagant stuff. Give us more of that, not fucking suits. Like, suits, except on girls, suck.
Ah, yes.
I feel like part of that might be more of a like a trend exhaustion, I guess.
Could be, but like historically, most things that were firstly invented for like the man, like horse riding shoes and stuff,
Yeah.
and generally shoes with heels, also later then switched for some reason.
Yeah, it's like, I don't know where it will go in the future. I feel like to a big degree, how's it called? I mean, I mean, I guess it's also, suits kind of became a thing because, like, let's just be real here. A lot of guys really don't care about aesthetics.
Well, that's fine.
That's fine, but like, I think the suit just kind of.
I feel like that's a general. I feel like that's a bit of a generalization.
You know what? It is a generalization, but also, I mean, how should I put it in the best way? A lot of
The problem isn't that people don't care. The problem is that a lot of people don't learn what looks good, or they're not taught what looks good.
also kind of don't care what is good. That's also just a thing. Like for a
I mean,
lot
that's
of
also a byproduct of
That's pretty-
the declining standard of living for pretty much everyone. People don't have the money for stuff
Yeah.
like that anymore.
first of all that, but also second of all,
And when you say that people don't care and they say they don't care, it's oftentimes projecting, in my opinion. Like they'll say, "Oh, I don't
yes and
actually care
no.
about looking good."
I mean, we have to take the people by the word at some degree, to some degree at least.
I mean, also here's a big thing: it's not expected of them to look good. That is also a very big thing.
Which is technically good, because people shouldn't be expected to look good.
Yes,
quote
because
unquote.
like the one of the things is why, for example, women spend so much on cosmetic products and such is because there is a societal expectation of looking good, so they want to conform to that. While for guys, it's not really there. Like this doesn't mean, by the way, this doesn't mean that if you don't shower and you have pimples everywhere and such, that people won't be like, clean your face, mate.
Depends on why you have pimples.
Like,
yes,
they
I get
will-
what you mean.
let me just put it like this: the level of what is required to be just like you look fine is lower. It's not that you're not expected to do nothing. While for example, while if you it's you don't need to wear as much, like a good shirt that is clean and such, and being clean, having like roughly just a good good shirt and such,
You
cleaned jeans and such, that's enough usually to be like well good looking guy. While for women there are higher expectations than I mean, then again, if if a woman showed up with like just a shirt and jeans and not really that much makeup, a lot of people would do say other things, even though she would probably be hot. Butch style. Yay, talking about the politics stuff again.
Japan became an empire.
Oh.
They've been an empire.
Yeah, but now they're
yeah.
red empire. Before
Oh,
they,
yeah.
they were a green empire.
Yeah. And also
Oh yeah. Well,
Doing so
hopefully
environmentally
soon they will
friendly to
become a
communists.
purple empire.
That would be great.
yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, that is just a few things about that. Again, there's always like nuance to everything, and I think it's always. I kind of hate the fact that on the internet you always have to add nuance that should be kind of implied, but also like I can see how a lot of people are not taught the nuance and like.
Yeah, people have no more fucking media literacy, and this
I mean,
like
it's not
situation.
only- I mean, when it comes to media literacy,
Yeah,
I feel
it,
like
yeah, it's not just media literacy, but it's I know I quite put it like the sort of the ability to see beyond the surface level.
I mean, can I add to that? I think there's also just the fact that, I mean, there is a lot of societal factors to that, but also I think we're just living in an age of misinformation, and a lot of people do not realize that misinformation, in big and small parts, is not only coming from one source. Like, I think a lot of people can point to right-wing grifters and be like, oh wait, that's an obvious grift that they are doing, and like, yes, they are doing that. But let's not forget there are a lot of people who, say, we're on the left, we're progressive, who just also make shit up. Or, if there is disproven information out there, they just keep bringing it up because that just sounds nicer. Or attributes. It's just a lot of people are nowadays just treating information vibes based. If it feels right, then it probably is right for them. It's just very vibes based. That's it. It's all vibes based, and then you see people, especially talking about media online. Not only video games, but also manga, anime, etc. And then you realize a lot of people talk about
TV
stuff
series, movies.
Yes, they talk about stuff as if this was just said or expected, and it's like you just do a quick Google search and like there is no evidence for that. It's just like you made that shit up in your head, and then you get angry at as if when the reality isn't conforming to that.
I mean, to be fair, this whole thing would be a lot easier if people would get more used to actually sourcing the things they're angry about.
That's one thing. Yes. Sourcing is really like I can definitely find sources. Like, for example, if someone comes to me with like, oh hey, where do you have the whole thing about for example, Titanfall 2, the launch date being set by Respawn, I can give you the article Jason Schreier wrote. And if you don't trust him, who's like one of the most reliable people writing about the games industry, at that point we don't even need to talk. It's like either we accept the fact that the guy is reliable, and then that's true, or you don't. At that point, why are we talking?
Then we don't have evidence for anything, though.
Then we would have evidence for nothing. At that point, yeah, we could claim anything. And yeah, sometimes there's...
then you have to say you don't know.
Then we don't know. I know, but... it's never easy. It's just... It's just also the fact that... It's just also the fact that, especially when we talk about gaming, we also just don't know a lot of stuff, We can always, we can talk about a lot of stuff in hindsight, And we can take guesses from history about the future. And sometimes that, is lining up with expectations, sometimes it doesn't. It's not easy. The world isn't easy in that sense. I think one of the... for example, if we only talk about, let's just say... how's it called? Expectations, certain narratives, for example, certain people are like the heart of a franchise or something. And then for example... I have my problems with, for example, The Witcher 3 and also, Cyberpunk when it came out. But, from what I saw, the add-on they did is generally good. Really good. They did, a lot of big improvements. But also, all of that updating, rewriting, and general change in, policy happened after the, old guard left. Which now when people say, oh look, the old guard is making, they're forming their new studios and they're now, taking, a CD Projekt on, and I just sit there being like, that sounds like a nice narrative, but why was the stuff CD Projekt Red put out with the new guard better then? Because sometimes the old guard is the problem. Or, a personal example, I like Battlefield. A lot of people were like, oh no, the longest member of DICE, who actually founded back in the Refractor games and such, that, then was bought up and merged with DICE and made the first Battlefield title. He left the company. He was called Mr. Battlefield. Yeah, he was there for, some of the best titles in the series, but also he was there for some of the worst titles in the series. But after a lot of the old people left, the last title got actually turned around pretty well. So maybe we just really needed new people because the old one just got stuck in a lot of ways. Because, You know, as much as I like 2042, that game is fucking old in terms of design. Can you imagine that? Being a game that in some parts is stuck on the level of something like Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3, you know, the original one. The old one. That's the part where what we're talking about. It's like, sometimes it's just that. But that's, you know, not a nice narrative, isn't it? It doesn't fit a lot. It's not like, oh, like, who's good and bad here? I don't know.
I think part of this is the cultural obsession, is a global cultural exception with
Good and evil?
what do you call it? No, not that. It's a cultural obsession with underdog stories.
Oh yeah, that's true. Like, it is always like this, oh hey, the underdog does this and the underdog does that, and like, there are not many underdogs nowadays.
Yeah. And the individualism,
Yeah.
which
It just, I will always...
for better or worse, but it definitely something about the individualism, like the idea that a single person can have such an outsize effect.
Yeah. I mean, the irony is, I'd say sometimes they have. Sometimes
Yeah,
a person
agreed.
actually shapes a lot of the core ideas, and especially, you know...
Yeah.
Let me put it like this. I think a core person is very important to get a vision nailed down, but working that vision out is usually the work of more than one that person. Like, for example, Kojima's games are definitely, you know, his vision and his vibe, and you feel that they're like very coherent in that part. But actually, you know, making them, that's his team, which is, you know, he also says like, yeah, they all say that.
Although in a sense you could, in a sense also it's also simultaneously that this team is the group, the individuals that have coalesced around an individual.
To a degree, yeah. But I mean, I think the best quote about that is...
In a way, yeah.
I think the best quote on that topic is the... how was it? A game is not made by an individual, but a whole group, says Warren Spector, creator of Deus Ex. It's just... Oh boy! There is a lot to unpack in that sentence. It's just like, Yeah, he definitely made that on his own.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, you can actually... Okay, at least some... You could actually attribute making a whole game on their own.
Also, Ruben, you have a strategic goal in Tula?
I did, but I'm moving my troops to...
Yeah, I'm just asking if
I've
it's
got
there.
too many wars, too many different fronts right now, so I'm trying to reorganize, sort of.
Yeah, I'm just asking if it if you set the strategic goal. That's
Yes,
all.
it's in Tula.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, for example, how's he called again?
I hate with subjects that you can't just keep a improve relations thing on them constantly.
Yeah,
Because like if they're damaging relations and you've got the subject bonus and improve relations, then it's going to get to a point where improve relations automatically turns off. And if they keep damaging relations, then all of a sudden they're overriding your improved relations, which was automatically removed. Like I have plenty of Diplo weight. I have more than enough that I can spend on it. It's just remembering to constantly like apply the do the thing to put my Diplo weight like that.
Yeah.
It's tiresome and annoying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Agreed. Yeah, in like you have in EU4 and I think also Stellaris, like you can have the thing where you get a pop up like, hey, we've maxed out our improved relations. Do you want to keep this diplomat there or recall them? And you have the ability to just keep them there, like you said. That he just yeah, that would be better. Just at least give the option to keep it active, like you said. So I agree with you.
definitely.
Yeah. But also a thing is that, what I want to say is, again, there are some people where you can actually make attributes to, like, for example, if you say, Richard Garriott, the maker of Ultima, not wrong. He made the first, I think, 3 games on his own, so that's his thing. You actually can't take that away from him. It's like he did Ultima. Then again, who remembers Ultima? I do. Also, I think I built the Victoria Terminus.
Nice.
This session started. We started in 1890, I think, or 1891. Look at the graph. Yeah. Okay. Then this session, my GDP is doubled.
Nice.
Ooh.
Oh, nice.
Workforce occupancy rises.
According to the graph. Oh, and I have the 3rd highest average standard of living in the world.
Yeah, if you
Oh,
do
wow.
not
Yeah.
actively conquer,
Yeah.
But yeah.
Yeah. I've stopped expanding. I'm now building.
And I need to actually edit a whole stream again because god damn it, OBS. Oh, no, literally, I was just like, oh, you know what? I am on this page. I'm literally on this page. It only showed me that page. I'm just, realized, oh, Ruben wasn't in there. Puts Ruben on. Switches page. Is like, yes, you're on this page, like in the preview section. Then in the live section, bam, doxed your Blue Sky account. Oh, god damn it.
Yeah.
Why OBS?
Yeah.
It's just gonna be a quick slap thing over it, and then that's that. I don't care. What is that?
Isn't OBS always just like that though? Like there's always like.
Oh my
issues.
goodness. My entire my entire political sphere just changed massively. I no longer have a landowner king.
Oh damn.
The only interest groups in power right now are trade unions, petite bourgeoisie, rural folk, intelligentsia, and industrialists.
Oh, okay. That is a
Huh.
major change.
Interesting.
Oh,
Yeah.
you're going at Russia again. What are you doing this time?
you know the thing, we're still
conquer
going
all-
at them.
Liberate New England.
This is the U.S. war.
Liberate Mexico. Liberate Greece. Liberate Georgia. Liberate Azerbaijan. Oh, wow. Yeah, I guess Russia is getting shit on.
The faster we can do
war
that,
Russia
the
is currently in.
If we can finally get into Tula, because we basically conquer everything except Tula.
and if I send troops away, that
No, we were still winning.
oh okay. Okay, I'm gonna send troops to North America then.
We have better quality troops in general.
The quicker Russia's out of the game, the better.
An architectural marvel. Wait. Completed Victoria Terminus, a fusion of architectural influences and marks a new chapter for both
Why do
Bombay
you
and...
need to pause
I just
for
want
that?
to read it.
Pause. Stop pausing.
It's going away in
You
a
don't
time.
need to pause for that.
In 86 days.
Oh, sure, I would have thought we were back in London.
You can read out loud. It's fine.
Well, if it wasn't for the months-long ship ride, I would have thought we were back in London. And therein lies the genius of its design. Our fellow countrymen see it as an expansion of British culture, while the locals see it as a respectful continuation of their Mughal heritage. Everyone is happy and no one is offended, and business above all booms. Was it really like that?
That
Was it
sounds
really
a bit
like that?
revisionist, doesn't it? Yeah.
Bit, but I mean, they have
Bit
an Indian
revisionist.
historian on that.
It's
so
from
I
the
guess-
perspective of the Brits. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess like this is written from the perspective of some Brits. So from their perspective, probably that they're like, oh yeah, everything is fine here.
Kalati, don't get increased autonomy. What the fuck? Die. Chat, do you have anything you want to talk about? Now's the time. Give us your best topics.
You know, this war in against the U.S. and such has been very profitable for me.
Why?
All the arms trading.
Oh, okay.
I'm getting a lot of money from sending arms to both you and the U.S. and the Dutch. Well, Belgians.
It's still interesting that my munitions plans are like, it's fine. Apparently, I don't get ammunition from USEP, according to my sell orders.
Sorry, not ammunition. I'm sending small arms.
Yeah, that makes more sense. Let's see.
It was a lot larger before. But
Yeah.
I think your industry picked up and yeah.
Yes. They take a while, but they're working.
I can't help but wonder if PDX made it so that arms manufacturers and such are slower at like downsizing.
Probably.
I feel like that's a thing. Just because you sometimes end up with a long time
I mean,
between wars.
Yeah.
I think.
I mean, the whole downsizing doesn't even make much sense, in my opinion. Especially at that time.
Yeah.
Sep, can you stop selling
Yeah.
weapons to America,
Why?
please?
It's not doing them any good. It's not doing them much good. If anything, they're having to spend money to acquire a negligible military good.
I asked nicely, Sep. You brought this on. You're supporting my enemy.
Look. Okay, hold on. Just think about it this way. I'm sending them all of the North Korean, all the shoddy North Korean stuff.
North Korean stuff is it's been such a America's been such a pain in my ass.
The trade is decreasing. They're not buying as much anymore. So, I'll see. It depends on how unprofitable it gets. The key point is that I'm trying to... I need to maintain some of my small arms industry. That said, I really want to play, like... I really want them to improve trading in this game. Because it's just terrible right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, trading needs a bit of
Like
an
they're-
overhaul,
yeah.
at least UI-wise.
Yeah.
Not even just like the UI. I think the most significant thing that trading needs adjusted is like the weights for some things, because a lot of how it interacts with stuff just doesn't make sense to me.
I mean, it's
Um,
very simplistic.
It's very simplistic, but it doesn't interact with markets properly
Well, it
because
increases the price.
essentially it looks at the overall market price in both groups and tries to equalize them, which isn't really how trade.
I mean, if you sell your domestic supply, your prices go up and their prices go down. It's not that wrong.
That's not really, but also that doesn't actually happen in practice as often as it may seem, because businesses do their best to remain profitable, so they won't go. So essentially, what should happen is that the price that there should be like a minimum price that is sold locally, and that is And that is what the businesses.
I mean, there is a minimum
call
price because the price can't fall below a certain.
Yes, but I'm not talking about that minimum price. I'm talking about in regards to the market price. So the local market price
There was a
rather
Saxon
than the minimum
anarchist revolt.
product price.
I mean, that there's also a minimum there. Yes. But I'm not sure what you mean then.
Wait. What I mean basically is that businesses wouldn't lower the price of their goods to the point at which they would become majorly unprofitable, and yet they do that in this game because it's not the businesses that set the prices of the products. It's the market supply and demand that does.
Mm-hmm.
Which means that you can't have super cheaply produced goods in one country be shipped over to another country where it's expensive to produce those things.
Yeah, but
That part of the market economy of the global economy is not simulated in this game properly.
not as much yet, definitely.
If they did simulate that, that would be a lot. That would make this game a lot more interesting and a lot more fun.
And a lot more laggy.
True.
But even if they did that, the market UI is shit.
It depends
So,
on the implementation, though.
yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's manageable, but it's still like, it's still so obviously bad.
Mm.
Okay. Dun.
At least I'm standing
Ah,
before
yes,
Tula.
finally.
Ah, what are you doing?
Just
Um,
seeing if they would support that, but they're not going to support that anytime soon.
So the most powerful, the Petit Bourgeoisie, which is a powerful interest group in Japan, has formed and supports the Korean Empire Union. Yeah,
Nice.
Yeah.
which means that I don't need to fund lobbies anymore in Japan.
Nice.
Nice.
Oh, the French are attacking. They want to protect Ritter Ching. No, I want to do that.
I guess protect the Qing.
I would protect them if they become my subject, but they don't want me to. Because I'm allied to the French. No! We need to bully the French next.
Like, fuck, I'm positive on all fronts. But this game is so slow.
I mean, if we have,
That's
You
the
wanted to play the
game.
big country room.
No, I mean the time.
Yeah. And
Oh,
who's-
God damn
the-
it, Ching
and-
back down.
And the bigger the country and stuff,
yeah.
Or you could just set the time speed to 4, but I know that would desync and
would
Yeah, that
desync,
would-
you
that would
would
not
need,
work.
you would
Would lag like shit.
Yeah, and micromanage problems, you know.
I'm already at the point where I need to offload some of my micromanagement to the game. So
Yeah.
it would be harder at speed 4.
But it wasn't a primary war goal, so the French have a treaty port, and Portugal has a treaty port in Macau. Okay.
Oh yeah, right. By the way, you seen that they announced they're gonna make a Helldivers movie?
Yeah,
Yes, I did.
wasn't it Sony? Yeah.
Yeah. Honestly, it's kind of interesting that we don't know much about it, except that it's gonna be Helldivers 1. Like that logo is Helldivers 1 and Helldivers 2, so
Um,
it's gonna be interesting.
that's not a guarantee. It's
I
not a
mean-
guarantee that it's Helldivers 1.
I
They
mean,
could just
I
be
know what
going
you-
with the core logo, because the Helldivers 2 logo,
is similar but also
I
very different. Like the
believe-
bars are, they're not, going full through it. The skull is slightly differently shaped. There's like, it feels very deliberate that they picked the logo of the first game, which less people know than the one of the
the
second game.
here it is. The logo for Helldivers 2
Yeah.
has Helldivers 2 on it.
No,
You
not
wouldn't-
only that. Not
If
only
you're
that.
making a movie, you're not going to
Helldivers
place
3.
the word.
It's not
Yeah,
only
you're
that.
not going to place the word 2 on the movie
Yes,
title.
I know, but there's also a big
Yeah,
difference
number
about
3, obviously.
There's also a difference because, like, you know what? I'm just gonna put it up on the screen because that's probably just gonna make it easier.
Well, Sepp
I
is
got
right
recognized.
in being not a guarantee. That's the only thing we have to go.
Yeah, like
So-
I think. So the point is,
But then again, nothing is a guarantee.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
kind of a moot point.
so Okay, so basically we're gonna open up the covers of both games and I'm gonna show you the small but kind of important difference, I would say. So, first of all,
I'm out.
Wait, you
what?
Yeah, my war support. I was
Oh,
not.
for the love of God.
So,
Right now?
You
Really?
didn't notice that?
I was so...
let me just get a better one, by the way. Da-da-da. Okay.
Let them take over the bits of Russia. That'll hopefully delay enough.
Okay, so, by the way, let's open this up in the browser, and I'm not getting doxed again. Well, so this is the Helldivers 1 logo, okay? As you can see, it has the skull, it has the bars and all of that, and this is the here you can see it better, because it's one of the expansion things. This is the one from the first game. Note, first of all, the bars, okay? They are not interrupted, and also, the skull is, it doesn't really have a lot of pronunciation here. This is the one in the second. The skull is more angular, has more pronunciations, and the bars are interrupted. And the top one is bigger. There's a clear logo difference in that part. This is why I'm saying when they rolled up to and announced the movie. So let me just look that up really quickly. Where is it? Here's a good angle actually. That's the Helldivers 1 logo. And this is why I'm saying this feels very deliberate, because they could have modeled it after the second game, but it's modeled after the first game. This is why I would say it's kind of this is one of those things that happens intentionally.
Could just be that that's the core logo for the series, for the IP.
I mean,
Again, I'm not saying
could
that there
be,
is no
but-
intention there, but it depends on what the perspective of the unlike the status of the IP.
yeah, I mean, this is
And
the
what the
game everyone
perspective
knows,
on-
so...
What is what?
Yeah, I mean, I'm just gonna say, like, most people don't know this game. Like, Helldivers 1 had, like, a few thousand players. Helldivers 2 is the big one, and, like, so... I think there is a very conscious decision, you know, taking the iconography of the first game instead of the one of the second game. So it's just what I want to point out.
Could be.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's
So-
interesting to note. Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, it's gonna be interesting, even though it's like, hey, you're remaking Starship Troopers. How about that? I mean, I'm here for Clendato Drop 2.0, but it's gonna be hard finding someone who you know could direct that. So I mean, they got the John Wick person to make the real life Ghost of Tsushima movie, which is like it's probably gonna be fine. So I'm not complaining about that. It's just it's hard. So, yeah. But I mean, yeah, this is why I also like wrote on the Discord that I could actually see people, when people said, get Michael Bay. It's like, yeah, as a director, he actually has the knowledge of pulling a movie of that scale off, in when it's live action, because first of all, let's just be real here. If this movie is a CGI fest, it will look bad. Like, a good Helldivers movie would need practical effects, but it also needs CGI.
Yeah.
And merging practical effects with CGI, not a lot of people are really good at that or know how to do it well. Like, Michael Bay is one of the few ones where I would say he can do it, because, like, look at his first 3 Transformers movies. They still look fantastic to this day, because he knows how to actually, merge, CGI and real effects really well. So, like, a lot of those movies are shot on
I also
set.
love the story.
Mm-hmm.
I love the story about how Michael Bay pushed for such impressive CGI for the Transformers movies that that a designer's computer literally melted because it was trying to process so much.
Yeah. I mean,
I think it was for the second Transformers movie.
could be. Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, I guess one
But
upside...
anyways, yeah.
Yeah, which is would also be like, even if they're doing the movie based on the second, it would be about Malevolent Creek, and like, you kind of want the guy that oversaw the whole Transformers movies and has a knack for robots on screen being merged with real effects of doing Malevolent Creek, is what I'm saying. You kind of want that expertise for a movie like that. But
Also, if anyone is good for the vibes that Malevolent Creek was about, it's him.
yeah,
Because it's kind of like Malevolent Creek kind of had the whole Vietnam type vibe, and although it wasn't actually like geographically Vietnam, it still had that.
Vietnam is a vibe nowadays. Like, when we talk about the
It had that
Vietnam vibe,
it
it's
had
not
that,
Vietnam.
had
It's
that
more
vibe.
like
Yeah.
the everything sucks and you're in the hell vibe. That's it.
Yes.
Um,
And then there's also the weird, like, robotic
yeah.
the biological robotic fusion or like closeness.
It's like,
that's kind of like creepy.
yeah. I mean, I would say also probably he would also get Terminates pretty well, but that's a different story. It just generally is like one of those things where I sit and say, like, I can see him at least for the technical part, because like you require skill for that. And also another part is, where I would say he wouldn't be the worst is because he actually insists on physical effects, because he's like, you can't do everything with CGI. Like, again, as you said, he is pushing for good CGI, but he's not like, oh, you can do everything with CGI. Like, a certain
He's got a
Marvel
history
series
of
is
working
doing
well,
right now.
working well with them.
Yeah. So that would be also he's anti-AI. So that's an upside nowadays. That is definitely an upside nowadays.
I'd say that's always an upside. Anyone who's opposed to Skynet is a friend of mine. Not that AI is actually capable of being Skynet at this point.
Fun fact: the British military satellite constellation is actually called Skynet.
Why?
I'm not surprised.
Well, because it's in the sky and it's a networking satellite. It's. I think it's been around before Terminator. So like, or the naming scheme has been around before Terminator.
Yeah,
So
okay. I mean, it's a very easy thing to name things, though.
Yeah.
yeah. Unfortunately, it just happens to be the name of it. That thing from Terminator. Oh.
Yeah.
Non-stop teleporting troops because they somehow suddenly end up on the other side of the world.
That's
Fucking
53.
Victoria Frieders, please fix this as soon as possible.
I mean, it's 1.9. I don't know when
Ironically,
1.9
it doesn't
is.
happen for me anymore. I don't know why.
I've had it happen 3 times today alone.
Yeah, I noticed, you said.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just like,
I know.
why isn't it
I
happening
know.
for me? It's unfair.
I don't know. Maybe it's because I got troops like all over the world, different places, different HQs, everything.
Could be.
It has to do with when you placed a troop in the HQ and also where your front lines are, how many wars you've got, and how many peace events you're having as part of your wars. There's a lot that goes into it that causes the bug. Like, it's not. This is the problem with this bug, is that there's like 10 different causes that are active causes, and that's where the problem like occurs.
Well, that's a problem.
Yes.
Yeah.
And yeah, I mean, we'll see how that ends up in the end, but yeah. I have big fertilizers. Yeah.
How about these 2 separate fronts? Oh my god! Oh,
What?
the front line mechanics in this game are so terrible.
I mean, it's mostly because you're playing Britain, but yeah,
Well, it depends on where you wage war, but yeah.
that's true.
Oh god, I miss Hearts of Iron.
Oh no.
Genuinely.
Oh no.
No, we're not talking on that.
Nope.
We're not going back to Hearts of Iron front lines. Those are not fun.
No.
They're
They're awful.
better than this. They're better than
Not
this.
when you're playing multiplayer against people.
Would we play against
You
people?
won't.
I know, but against the AI, it's better.
Okay, that's fair.
Fair point.
That's fair.
Fair point.
It's not so fun when people start to out-micro you with like 8 Panzer Division.
Yeah, here's a mini frontline. You know, what? Panzer
Well, I mean,
Brigade.
like, I've encircled completely, like... Was it Durango? And... Central bit in Mexico.
Yeah, it's weird.
They
that
should have no supplies there, yet keep fighting like, oh, nothing.
It is bugged right now, so it's interesting.
It's been bugged for years. How old is this game?
I mean, too.
Not as old as you, so. Me.
Are you saying Ruben is bugged?
No.
Room isn't bugged.
Bugs. Anti-democratic.
I'm bugged out by this game. Bugger.
Victoria moment. Yay, cultural exclusion.
Coming
Yay.
close in. Coming close on Colombia. DC.
I was trying to get China to like the Qing to capitulate by adding war goals and stuff. You know? But they didn't want to back down. So now I have to enforce everything.
Yeah. Yeah, I saw you leading up that war, and I was like, I kind of instantly knew that you were going to lose your war goal.
I don't think.
Because you lost your Protectorate war goal because they became an unrecognized major.
Yeah. I want to puppet unrecognized major powers.
I mean, you can't. You need to, they need to be a regional power.
So you can't.
How did they just tell?
It's because scripted up. The way that I've found that you can kind of cheese this is if you wait until the last moment to raise your armies. Maybe not the last moment, but if you wait to raise your armies, then they won't start conscripting so soon.
Mm-hmm.
And in the meantime, you can just move your unraised armies to the HQ that you're invading, where your front line is going to be.
Mm-hmm.
And as long as you have time to make sure that you have time to get to the front line, then mobilize your troops, then you should be fine. And that should give you enough time for, because they ranked up during the diplomatic play, pretty early on in it, because I was watching that.
Yeah. Kind of feels bad that you have to cheese it again to make it work properly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I've had this problem with puppeting Japan and puppeting other countries as well in the past. It sucks.
It's weird shit.
Let's see. I'm not too far off from reducing the autonomy of Mongolia. And once I do that, I'll be able to directly involve them in the war, and in that process get cheap get cheap orders for their territory to be returned.
Nice.
Also, I finally have houseware plastics,
Oh,
Oh god, oil.
which means that
you can finally pollute the planet.
well, at the very least. But yeah, at the very least, now I'm not spending 3,000. I don't need to spend the 3,000 convoys on importing glass. Let's see. Is there anything else that's egregious in my trade? I guess kind of my silk trade to France. And oh my god, I'm sending oh no, wait, that's not that. Wow, I'm sending a lot of sugar and tobacco to the US.
I mean, they've lost the South.
Yeah.
Fair point.
Yes, the call for women's suffrage is complete.
Now women can suffer too. Wait.
Yeah.
Yay!
That is definitely what suffrage means. 100%.
Oh yeah, by the way, I got the event to have the Queen of Korea as the leader of the industrialists.
Nice.
All it does is replace the leader with an old lady who's probably going to die soon, who's a moderate and doesn't seem to care about giving rights to women.
It's
Ah,
weird,
the
right?
fuck you got mine attitude.
Basically.
If you give those women rights, they would maybe do something against your rights as a monarch. I'll be back in a second though.
Ooh. The first event, the first tick for Parliamentary Republic was positive. That's a good sign.
Yeah.
I hope.
Ah, you're needing my wine?
I mean, I don't produce wine, so.
Yeah, I'm exporting it to the French mostly.
Am I even in?
Also,
Yeah.
I mean Ethiopia.
In Rhode
just
Island, there's a
big-
there's such a
It
tiny
doesn't
bit
look
of
like
Rhode
any
Island.
wine imports would be. Yeah.
Sep, does everybody hate Rhode Island?
No, we actually like Rhode Island. They're nice.
I hate it. This tiny little section of land which I have an advantage on has just taken so many resources and it's been so slow to take over. It split
Yeah.
the front line as well.
Oh, yeah, has a war. She isn't here.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. Can't you just go on her computer?
Technically.
Do we pause until they get?
Seems like
Oh, it's not gonna be that. It's not gonna be that bad. It's just a revolt.
yeah, it's a small revolt. Let me see if this.
Yeah.
Yeah, she wins on her own there. No problem.
Yeah, I think the AI can handle it even.
Yeah.
Okay. I've got my food.
Nope. It's still funny that my
Burrito chime, chat.
It's so funny that my 10 cavalry stack on rapid advancement is making grounds to land on China. It bound them.
Well, they've probably lost a lot of the manpower in their armies.
Yeah, it bound like 100 troops long enough in the HQ region.
Ah, the landing thing.
Yeah. So my people could
Yeah,
acclimate
I think that's
to...
another thing that needs to change.
Yeah. So my people could acclimate using machine guns.
Just imagining a bunch of horses just swimming up to the beach.
Oh, I can't use machine guns on any of my troops because they're fighting. They're all fighting, and it would kill my morale
Yeah.
to set it up or organization.
Mm-hmm.
It's so annoying it does that.
Makes not that much sense.
No,
Yeah.
not much in this game makes sense. Oh.
But it's a fun game.
Yeah, I think organization can just be simple. Can just be what's the word? Not simplified, but I guess amalgamated into supply. Because part of how a troop is organized is how well supplied they are.
Oh, finally I took DC. Sorry, Sep, your home might be slightly ransacked. It's only
That's happened
it's only
before.
3%. Yeah. Like if Trump goes after Canada.
We're used to it at this point. Not even that, Ruben, but also like
January
Even
6th as well. Yeah.
other
What you did it to yourself.
yeah, like that type of bullshit. No, we didn't do it to ourselves.
Wow.
The
They
rest
did
of
it
the
to you.
country, the idiots who don't think that we exist, did it to us.
Well, I meant more in terms of Americans doing it to Americans. That's the funny thing. You all don't see yourselves as Americans. Enough. Oh. Like, I'm
That's why-
1/4 Scottish on my dad's side. I'm 1/16th Italian or something. We're all Americans.
No, that's just like a cultural connections thing. That's not even like a cultural identity thing. That's the part where I would agree with you on that is actually more in the line of that people see themselves as more of Texans or Minnesotans or Californians, like that kind of thing.
You mean,
I mean, but technically the US
they
is like a more coherent E EU.
yeah.
Yeah.
Also, that like
In a
there are
lot of
sadly lots of Americans online that actually say stuff like that. So I don't. They're probably not a majority, but they exist.
Hi,
Also,
what the
Nyabak?
fuck are you talking about?
Hi.
Like what?
They actually see themselves as that and that part.
Ah, there.
For example, Norwegian. I had
So oh yeah, that.
we had conversations with people like that. Sadly, they
What is
exist.
going on?
And none of your business. You were shitting or something.
Okay, no, first of all. Second of all, hello.
Hello.
I want to join the conversation.
There was a really long string of sentences Ruben said. I can't really
God damn it, I'm out
like
of the
going
loop.
over all the points he made.
I don't like that.
Mainly about how Rhode Island sucks.
Yeah.
Yeah, because there was a tiny little holdout after my takeover of it.
Oh, and I thought that you
I actually
Rhode
have
Island-
something to say regarding this, and why I think it's interesting that the U.S. like an interesting idea that that all the states are individual provinces, because in a way it represents the annoyances of actually trying to take over the U.S. because you have a whole bunch of local governments that could mount responses to an invasion on their own.
Yeah, but who's going to invade the US? Canada. Their fucking defense spending. Oh my god! Don't get me started on Canadian defense procurement. Oh god. It makes British infrastructure spending look sane.
I mean, Canada has different problems. Like, for example, just shit like, let's go and actually, let's just have someone be a governor of a province, but just be on a revenge tour against one city in specifically. Or just,
Manchuria is an uprising.
or, looking at Via Rail's doing and just being like, yeah, that's fine. You know what?
Yeah, I've been solving.
You know what Canadians have on their trains? Like,
Deals?
no, not only that. Thing is, fun fact. I think Amtrak wanted to actually at least, upgrade and, first of all, upgrade. Not, fully make it high-speed rail, but first of all, upgrade the line between, I think, New York and was it Toronto? Like, the one that it makes kind of sense because it's not that far off, It's not the longest train ride in terms of, kilometers compared to, in terms of, distance, but, like, it takes, like, 12 hours or so because the rails are kind of shit, which they just get worse on the Canadian side, but Via Rail, the provider in Canada, is even worse because, like, they're just kind of, they do some, some upgrades to their trains and such, which is, good and such, but then they also have stuff like, hey, remember how they looked at airlines and were like, oh boy, people need to pay extra for their luggage. We should do that. We should totally fucking do that. So, like, getting onto the train in Canada is like getting onto an airplane. And need to pay extra for luggage. I wonder why people use the train in Germany so much, because you can just get a ticket and onto the train, and not in Canada. I really wonder why.
Canada's also very big and very sparsely.
I mean, yes, but also
populated.
the majority, like the three main cities, are basically one straight line. Like, I think, basically right here, they're like one straight line, which is why a lot of people, like, since centuries were like, we just need like one, basically one internal high-speed railway line, and maybe like two to connect to the
which
US.
cities?
Toronto, and one at the Great Lakes.
Montreal?
Toronto, Montreal, and what was the other one? A bit farther north.
Ottawa.
I think it's Ottawa. Yeah, they're pretty.
Vancouver.
I think it was Ottawa.
I mean, Ottawa is not even like that much of a. Honestly, it's not much of a train ride from Ottawa to Montreal.
It's not that far. Yes, like,
Are you thinking maybe Quebec?
I don't think it's Quebec, but let me just check really quickly. Toronto, Ottawa, Montreal, Quebec. They're basically in a straight line. Like, not that this isn't, not a long distance, but like, it's not, going out to Winnipeg or something. It's like, those are the three major cities, So, the four major cities, like, you can actually you could connect them in, like, basically one big, in one long railway line. That is doable.
The problem is that there's not been an industrial need. There hasn't been an industrial need to do so because
I mean, they also don't really take
because
care
of all the
a lot of
waterways.
that. Like, the Canadian network isn't really big. It's like, it's really not big. Like, you have basically, the one street. Even look at the picture of it, and it's like, yeah, there's one railway line from Toronto over to Quebec, and then, basically one farther north to go to Halifax. That's it. It's not really that big of a network. It's just severely underfunded as fuck. That's it. This is more the problem. Like, yeah, like a transcontinental railway. That's one of those where, like, you probably need to make, you can't do it like really high speed rail, but like keep it at least at a, in a good quality so you can have higher speeds and such. Stuff like that. But and they had some high speed rail.
So part of the problem is that I think they look at things as if so they see capacity, they see demand, and they fit the schedules to that. Now, if the demand was much higher, then they would
If your
probably
train is
work
shit,
on
there's no demand.
finding ways to improve.
Yeah.
That's like saying there's no demand for trains in a land that has no trains.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like
That's the
it's
thing that
more
I'm
like-
talking about is that
It's
They don't see the demand,
buffing and nerfing
so
stuff based on
no,
usage.
there's no reason to change things.
Yeah. That is
No,
what,
it's not. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm trying to say that they're looking at things and they're seeing that things are fine, so they're not going to make major
I
changes.
mean, they're not really that fine. Like, the thing is, a lot of Canadian. Okay, here's the thing. I get, for the remote cities that, Canadians use planes. Like, I get it. It's a long distance. But even that could be mitigated by just, having a more reliable train. But what I want to point out is that the main problem is more like the four major cities are basically in one straight line, and a high-speed rail network would be very fast in between them. And right now, those four cities are connected by highways. Big highways doing a lot of pollution, which is like, yeah, like, I think at that point we can actually argue, like, maybe you should actually build the trains. At least, upgrade that that your railway is usable by passenger railway, actually consistently. That is the main point. They could do that. It's, yeah, they
The
could
problem-
do that.
I would say part of the problem is partially the cultural differences and also the between the French and the English parts of Canada, as well as the fact that a lot of the wealth is out in Alberta and also in
I mean, it's more to the fact that they kind of did a similar thing like the US did, and Amtrak is underfunded. A lot of the railway lines are owned by private corporations that are like nope, we're blocking the passenger rail for, for our cargo rail, even though, actually in the USA, it is law that, cargo rail has to wait for passenger rail, but it's not enforced, and even then they're like, well, sorry, our train is so long now, you have to wait. It's not like they, some want to do it, it's just like, there's no real will to actually do something. And then again, you have stuff like Via Rail just being like, let's just fucking go, and let's just fucking go and simply make people pay more for luggage on a train, which is insane to me. Like, the fact that they are just allowed to do that is just wild, because it's just a shitty cash grab, That's it. It's just a shitty cash grab. But yeah, I actually looked at. Okay, so you know what, everyone, we're going to fucking train maps. Are you ready for more train maps? So I actually looked at it. Like, the main corridors they have. Like, this is the main corridors Via Rail is running. So, you see where I said they are basically in one line? Like, Ottawa's a bit out of the way, but like,
well, even then, like on the other line, the only station is Cornwall.
Like, you could literally this is the Cornwall line feels like something that they can just upgrade. Like, all of them, like, scream upgrade me, because this is not a situation where I would say, you need to build new stuff. Like, keep in mind, Germany has a lot of old upgraded railway infrastructure. You basically only need to redo your beds, your railway beds. You need to electrify, obviously. That is kind of a given, I would say. And actually, the trains are already there. Like, you could argue, oh, should high-speed rail go down to Sarnia or Windsor, for example? Here's the thing, maybe Windsor, like, it is the one that still gets 3 trains. By the way, this is pathetic. Like, 6 times daily. You know what? It's not nothing, but it's still kind of nothing. If I say so, by the way. But like, yeah, I think Niagara Falls is where the connection is to to Amtrak system. So if you come from New York, you go through there, which is like, again, you basically can just basically upgrade up to Aldershot and then just like, depending on where a connection to the US system is, you can just go build one to Niagara Falls and Windsor, and like, boom, you just have like 2 railway lines feeding into your main system, and it's like, this is easier. This would be easier to maintain than the Japanese system, because it's literally just one major railway line. The funniest part about this is, you don't even don't even need to upgrade it. If you're like, oh, but what about the cargo rail? Just slap 2 more railway lines besides it. You're in Canada.
Windsor is also. Windsor is right across the river from Detroit, so that also just connects to one of the a very big American city.
Is there much not international, but like country-to-country trains between Canada and the US that you guys know of?
Relatively, yeah. There are a few. Again, one goes
I mean,
from New
for
York
passengers, not for cargo.
Yeah, from New York to Toronto, there is one.
Is that?
The biggest,
okay.
the biggest problem they have is just the whole.
There's a couple of them, but not a lot.
And like it again, this is just one thing that would improve it because like yeah, if you're living in Detroit and suddenly you have like a very like if there was a fast train every hour from Detroit to Toronto, that would create one hell of a big industrial and economical zone. In both ways, by the way, like that would just be the case. But yeah.
Here's the problem. There's not much economic reason at all for such a level of transit to connect to Detroit.
I mean, there's still a lot of people living there. It would just be good, The thing is, just Canada. This is basically the main Canadian railway system. I get, there are the scenic routes, Transcontinental Railway and such, and going up to Nova Scotia and such. And you know what? Those are all routes where I would say, if the rails are, kept in good shape, you can totally run that with like an intercity or you don't need high-speed rail for everything. Do it with like a good electrified intercity connection. That would be fine. But this right here is like, literally, look at this map and don't tell me you don't see basically a high-speed rail network. You could even make it so that, you have a split between, at Brookville and you have like two lines, like one goes to Ottawa and one directly goes to Montreal. Like, oh, you have like a few every hour there's like one goes to Ottawa, the other one goes to Cornwall, and like, ooh. Even then you could be like, one intercity rail goes over It's just so easy to just connect all those, railway, those major cities into one railway network because it already exists. It's just the main thing
Here's the thing. There is a small thing that I want to say about this.
Mm-hmm.
You need to remember the ship trade routes.
The what?
And the fact that a lot of these cities ships. And you need to remember that a lot of these are major trade ports.
Mm-hmm.
They're all deep water ports. So there's not as much reason. All deep water ports with access to the ocean. Which means that there's not much need for extensive cargo train infrastructure.
Yeah, and we're talking about passenger rail, by the way.
Yep.
I know. I was just saying in relation to your cargo comments, which decreases the industrial value of improving the route.
But it's just it still would be like a very big thing for people to just use. That's the main thing. Like the thing is about railway. Is that
isn't high speed rail just passengers? I think like
it is only passengers.
Isn't there no high speed rail? Yeah. So for high speed rail, it doesn't even matter.
I mean, the thing is, cargo rail would also probably profit a lot if you upgrade the lines. It would profit from that. But yeah, this would be mainly passenger rail, and that alone would be like a huge economic boom because the irony is, every time railways get upgraded and more accessible and have higher frequency, they create a huge economic boom. But like before that, everyone there's always like, we don't have that economic boom yet, so why should we build a railway? It's the perfect thing of induced demand, but in a positive way, because the moment people realize, shit, I can use the train, which is more comfortable and nicer, they will use the train instead. And this drives a lot of stuff. Again, I think one of the best examples I can always bring is when they built a new high-speed railway line here in Germany. Like, one city was like, yeah, sure, you can get the land from us if you give us a high-speed railway station. And everyone was like, that's a small fucking village down in nowhere. Why should we do that? and then it turned out, whoops, that thing turned into quite the economical trade hub because suddenly you had, a really good connection to a lot of cities, so people were like, oh, well, we could live there, actually. It's a good place to live. And like, It's not like there's a housing crisis, and one of the things you could help alleviate them is also just making it more accessible to live in the places outside of the city. Not building new suburban homes, but like making the places where people already have homes more accessible to the place where they could work. That's one thing. Just saying. And yeah, like it just that's the thing. I mean, I'd say, in the USA we can talk a lot about, potential high-speed rail corridors that would make sense. But, like, Canada doesn't really have an argument against it. They really just don't want to care about their railway. Like...
I mean, there are groups that care about it, but the politicians generally don't.
Yeah, from what I feel like, from what I heard also, it's... What the vibe I get is, Amtrak wants to actually improve their services. Canadian Railway is more like, this is fine, maybe newer car, new
It's
passenger
not
cars.
necessarily just that. I don't know if you're aware of this, but I think it was about 4 years ago, something like that. There was an absolutely massive, and I mean massive, protest by Canadian truckers regarding, I don't remember exactly what it was that they were protesting.
Oh, it was COVID measures, wasn't it?
COVID
During
measures.
the lockdowns.
Yeah. They're really heavy-handed, the trucker industry, not the corporate level, but the
low ones,
private
I know.
level.
But also, again, we're not talking about cargo rail, because the cargo rail companies are not usually the ones interfering with the truckers. It's more like, again, the passenger rail sucks.
Yeah, you mean, so you're talking more about passenger.
The
I'm
thing
talking
is,
mainly about
a
passenger rail.
lot of things in North America don't progress forward. So regarding transport, a lot of things don't progress forward unless you have a industrial support or backing for it.
Yeah, that's the main problem. Like, again,
Yeah.
Because the benefit would be there.
Yeah, I mean that's the irony, the only thing that is getting built is highways because the truckers who basically do the part of cargo transportation that the cargo rail isn't doing, because the cargo rails make the money of the stuff that can't be really transported by truck, and they don't care that the railways are getting upgraded because they just want to own them. They don't really want to keep them in shape or God forbid, upgrade, make them better to use, improve passenger rail. Oh no! That would be bad.
Yeah, and then you get to the problem of that everything is that the whole industry of trucking is so massive and employs such a large portion of employees and supports a large portion of the economy that it's hard to say no to them.
Yeah, and that's why it's in their best interest to actually unionize and force, as the labor group, more rights to them, because in the end, the more technology gets, the more it progresses, the less people we actually need to work. We don't even
That
need...
said, that union would most likely end up fighting against rail improvements as well.
Probably.
It would just be a stronger anti-rail platform.
Ironically, yes.
Ironically, it might turn out that way, or they just they fight for guaranteed income from the state if they lose their job due to automation or better alternatives than trucking.
I mean, that's actually the irony if we talk about, I know people are like, oh, automated, cars and shit. Like, I think one thing that probably is not brought up a lot is that automated cars for the and the consumer is like the second grade thing. A lot of them want automated trucks because that would make massive cash. Like, here's the thing:
Or just automated trains.
Okay, no. You know why not? Because, like, here's the thing. Automated trains make sense. They are, like, a legitimately good... But the thing is... railway infrastructure is, something they already delegitimized. They're not,
Well, I mean, it also depends, like, passenger versus cargo. Because passenger, you do need people
That's
to
not
help,
what I mean.
Customers and stuff.
That's
Yeah.
not what I mean. That's not what I mean. The point what I want to
Oh,
bring
okay,
up
well,
is...
that's another
that-
reason, but at the top of it, but yeah.
The reason why I bring this up is... automated trucks would... They would be the first thing they do because it would be a nightmare. The thing that holds a lot of that stuff back right now is simply... It's simply personal cost. Like, personnel cost. Because, yes, if you need to transport things in large quantities, look at what American train companies have done already. They basically engineered everything so that you need just a minimal amount of people, being on the train, even though that makes problems, but who cares? A derailment isn't a big problem to the finances. Ironically.
Should be, but yeah.
Should be, but isn't. And yes, to a degree, it would make sense to make, to do it, but also, what's subsidized to hell and back from the state? The highway. And building, a little connection from, a factory to a street, that is cheap as fuck. Building a whole, railway connection is not. So, the thing is, the moment, the cars are, almost automated, the reality is going to be the companies, they're going to be like, nice. We can now send 1,000 trucks instead of one. Because who cares? Like, that's the thing, right? Right now, a lot of companies, ship everything like very tightly packed into trucks in, small amounts because they can't, they still have to pay the trucker. The moment they can automate the trucks, they will just, basically make the land trains from, Australia, if you remember those, but without people, because they can just be like, yeah, we need to send that, this amount of, trucks over. Let's just do it. Who the fuck cares? We're gonna ruin the highway. You know who's paying for that? The fuckers paying taxes. Also, hey Lord Rizlord Gettington, welcome to the talk about trains. And this is why I say, yeah, they're not gonna do a lot about, the trains, because the trains are currently just serving a certain amount of the industry that you can't really do by trucks. And those will want to do trucks. Because this is always the thing they will do, because, even though some things are better on, on a higher level and could, actually be like, the thing is, trains have a bit more of an infrastructural, logistical, buy-in price, but are better down the line if you keep them in shape, or don't fucking care, like, oh, our railways are not in good shape anymore. I guess we just lower the speed of our gigantic ass cargo trains. You could also do that. But yeah. Yeah, automated cars. I think it's weird that they're gonna be bad anyway. Like, there's gonna be so much bad shit coming if that is pushed into the main consumer part. But let's not forget the main thing. Companies will abuse the shit out of it.
I mean, they already
for
do
trucking.
exist.
Yes, they're not really
Yeah.
automated, but yes.
They're not really automated yet, and I think they, couldn't really make they couldn't really make an argument to push them through now as a thing to sell, because it would very, it's one of those things.
Well, not to sell, as a taxi service. The
Yeah.
Waymo's already operating mostly in
Yeah.
around San Francisco, I think. I think they're expanding to Texas.
It's weird that they're getting away with that.
But I would want. Yeah, I mean, they are working to a degree.
What did the one person that actually studies AI you have contact with say?
Honor.
Yes,
Yeah.
I do not want to necessarily name drop everyone.
Oh, sorry.
No name drops on this channel.
I don't know. Never asked him if he wants to, if he's
Yeah,
okay with that.
We are still years away from, fully automatic cars being a thing, but like being an actual sensible thing. Okay, let me put it like this. We are still decades away from them being in a state that, they could actually be, viable. And even then, car lobbies would probably just, lobby the shit out of, regulations to be like, hey, we definitely need fences around streets because else the shitty humans would walk on the streets and just fuck up our systems. Like, that grandma, that could be anything. And then our car drives over her and backs back and drives over her again. It's not that happens. So yeah, that will happen. It's not that it is not an unimpressive technology, but also like
It's not self-driving right now.
it's not self-driving, and also automating cars is the worst idea. You know what we're currently doing? We're automating our subway system. And you know what's the useful part about that?
I'm still astonished that Germany sometimes does things right.
Yeah, actually, it's kind of impressive because they're currently working on automating, the U-Bahn and S-Bahn system. But like, okay, so just the thing. Many German cities have two systems. Basically, a standard subway system and a so-called S-Bahn / Schnellbahn / translated to fast railway system. Basically, the difference is that the subway is, in a city with, maybe going out to some suburbs. That is generally what it covers. It's, an inner city part. While the S-Bahns are usually regional rails operating like a subway that go, usually into 1 or 2 tunnels below the city center and then emerge on the other side. So, yeah. It's not like, they usually don't have their own lines, but they, share like one major one or two, which is kind of the case here as well. But like, this is how we usually do it. So you will find, a lot of cities where this is the case. If you ever go to Germany, that's the difference. If you will ever wonder why one is called S-Bahn, the other one is called U-Bahn, that's the difference. That's it. Automating those is actually really, really good because, first of all, most stations are already where people are, in walking distance of it. Usually. Not always, usually. But most importantly, automating trains which have like a way higher capacity allows on a railway track to have like, you could easily double the capacity. Like right now, for example, trains come, during the day, like the subway here is every 5 minutes. On the newly, they're currently building the U5, so the newest one that will be built fully automatic, by the way. There they can actually build them to travel, in a rhythm of 2.5 minutes. So like, literally slash that in half. This is insane if you think about it. How much capacity that is. No car will ever beat that. Even if you automate all the cars, you will not have this much efficiency in such a small space. And this is ultimately like the biggest downfall of the car, because like that automation, technology is just easier to build, easier to regulate, easier to implement, and has a way, way higher benefit if you use it on trains. Okay. No. Like, most trains nowadays are not fully automatic. There are some systems where they are, but it's hard to do, like, don't get me wrong, this is like, automation and especially newer technology is like a very impressive thing, but a lot of them just can't do it. Like, this has to do a lot with how railway safety management is handled. Like, if you look, for example, like, the idea is usually, this is why you have, like, the signals. The signals basically tell a train driver the next block, maybe between stations and such, is free. Only your train is on it then. This was, in the very early days, this was handled by actually, giving the train driver like a signet that they had to like. Actually, wild things that you can look up. They're very fascinating. They're like, for example, in Britain there were like big, big rings wrapped in leather, with the signet on them, and the train driver held out their arm, and then a station ward was like holding them up so they can just grab them through the ring and give them out at the next station so they can input on the system, this line is free. This is a system that is still used in a lot of countries, India for example, on a lot of the more remote railways today, because there was no automated signaling yet. And then you had similar stuff still about you had to kind of solve that problem in some form.
So regarding train automation in the U.S., there is examples of this actually.
There's some.
In fact, one example of one on an interconnected system with multiple lines and multiple rails and crisscrossing trains is back in '76. Washington D.C. Metro Rail was completely automated.
Yeah.
We didn't need drivers. But then there was a crash in 2009, like a really bad crash. I forget how many people died. It was a very deadly crash. But after that, out of caution, the WMATA, the organization that runs our metro system, got rid of all of they suspended the automatic train operation completely.
Yeah.
And it's been that way since then. Yeah. That said, there was a report not too long ago that basically said the crash would have happened regardless. But I think it's still, even if it would have happened regardless, it's still a fair reason to go back to manual operation.
At least manual oversight.
Yeah. I mean, the biggest problem you
Yes.
need to keep in mind is the fact that automation works best on a closed system. And the problem with old systems is that they are not really closed, Like, a lot of a lot of old subway lines, like, for example, the subway line in Hamburg, they are actually disconnected and they are on their own system because, for example, they are not using overhead wires. So normal trains can, for example, ride on them, except when they're, diesel engines. But, that's more for, work done because, they have like a third rail system. But yeah, most systems are open. It means, you have a lot of lines converging maybe at one point, and if you're running this with normal people, it's not really a problem because you can just double check because there's a human telling you, "Hi, I'm here, I'm there. This is clear feedback. Can I go forward with the train?" Yeah, the closed thing is very, very important. So it's not that it's impossible to upgrade because again we are currently doing it, but there's a reason why the main prototypes are on certain parts of the system that are more isolated, so it makes it a lot easier because you really need to focus a lot of how you can actually, because the thing about automation is, as I said, you can make the frequency higher. And
Russia is fighting
fighting Prussia. Oh,
looks like it, yeah.
yeah. So
Hey, I think I'm probably gonna head now. Sorry, I saved it
okay.
earlier.
you know what? Perfect.
Sorry.
You know what? We can actually switch over to the Minecraft server and show that one off in the new year, but
Okay.
why not?
Then you, good night, Ruben.
Good night, Ruben. Yes, and
Night,
thanks
everyone.
everyone
It's
for
been fun. Bye bye.
yeah. Thanks everyone here for being there. Also, if everyone who's still here from the generous gaming rate, thank you for staying here. Yeah. Holy shit, that was definitely a raid that happened.
I have nearly everything colonizable in Africa colonized.
Breaking news: Russia
I
did
found
something.
it.
Oh, yeah, they did.
I've
So-
kind of overbuilt my construction sectors, and I've completely depleted my my investment pool.
I mean, it's fine.
Yeah.
I have 100 sectors now. I've 1159 construction capacity.
Holy shit! I'm the number 4 country in the world, but I'm still not a great power.
Yeah, I'm number 6. Russia is no longer a great power, so there's that.
Nice.
Yeah.
Oh, well, yeah. Actually, I noticed like a couple years ago there were like 4 great powers, and now I guess Russia has lost so much. So, like
Yeah, they
Britain,
lost a lot.
France. Yeah, there's only like currently 3 actual great powers.
I mean, when I go in,
And, yeah.
independent, we could bump that number up.
Oh yeah, it would be 4. Yeah.
But yeah. By the way, everyone in chat, don't leave. We're still gonna talk a bit, show off the Minecraft server because we haven't done it in a while. We could go back to that, but yeah. See you all in literally a second. Stay here. Don't leave the stream. Maybe reload the Maybe reload
Count to
everything.
20 and refresh
Yeah.
the page.
Basically, yeah.
So yeah, thank you all for being here for Biggie 3. We will be literally back in a second with Minecraft. So see you then.